block, right? I think, as we've talked about already all day yesterday, those initial moves here in freestyle chess can be oh so important because how quickly we've seen, the evaluation bar swing after just a few moves. So spending a little time here on just the second move of the game.
But what's the mindset here? Because for Sindarov, he's at 4.5 out of 5, right, David? For Hikaru, 2 out of 5. A disastrous day one for Hikaru's standard, and he's in this danger territory. How much of a must-win game is this for Hikaru?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's must-win yet, especially when he knows how kind of informed his opponent is. But if he gets a chance, Hikaru will try and push it. He'll try and play as long as possible, I feel. He would love to get out of the opening here with the black pieces, just survive and take things a bit later. Hikaru is such a technical player, such an endgame genius. That, yeah, I think he'll be the favorite if it's still level later in the game. But right now, Sindarov, it is weird to see him spending over 2 minutes.
I was going to say, I'm quite curious by that. I mean, I have to imagine, as we talked about before, you push a pawn, you like to settle a knight right behind that pawn, right? So I'm looking at that D knight coming out. But, of course, that would leave the pawn that he just pushed undefended to that bishop that's got a nice sight line on it from across the other side of the board. So maybe that's what's giving him a little bit of pause.
I think essentially what happened is that the players with the white pieces prepared that black's first move would be with the pawn second from the left, opening up the queen, and then targeting, directly diagonally down. Yes, beautiful arrows. I appreciate that. But that didn't happen. And so now Jawahir is probably thinking, can I utilize this moment to not allow that? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he's calculating light scored bishop into the center. And no, he just pushes a pawn. But, he spent 2 minutes here, almost 3 minutes, just deciding, like, what do I do? I'm sort of spoiled for choice. Like, you ever go to a restaurant, like, 5 things look good, and you can only eat
too
one?
often.
Yeah.
Far too often.
So there you go. I mean, that's what happened there. Although this, you can trust yourself to use 30% of your allotted time on the second move when you have a very high score in the tournament. But, if it backfires, you're going to start really having a lot of self-doubt.
Yeah. So what do we make of this move here, pushing yet another pawn up to the 4th rank? Because to me, this pretty much guarantees that if any castling is happening, it's happening to the right-hand side of the board because we've already kind of cleared an opening on this side. Obviously, it also allows his queen a nice sight line out onto the board. But it seems in some ways to go against my intuition, which is to play more towards the center. And instead, we're pushing more of a flank pawn here on the left-hand side of the board.
Yeah, I think it is simply because the queen's in the corner. If they don't get out early, or at least if they don't open up lines, then you might never get that chance. So, I agree, James. The center is where the battlefield is going to shift to, maybe a bit later. My theory as to why he spent nearly 3 minutes there, Sindarov, is because he's trying to tempt Nakamura. He's trying to provoke him. Now, I was going to say, Nakamura, if he pushed his B pawn there, he could have...
That's a provocation right there. Yeah, he has been provoked.
Yeah, we're about to see some fireworks, perhaps. Now, so the intention of this move is maybe very much the same thing, just opening a way for the queen to get out onto the board, right? Looking for the trade of pawns, and now the queen sits on A5 and is actually a more active position than his opponent.
Yeah, we did see that with Magnus. He brought his queen out early a couple of times yesterday, backfired. So I think it's just kind of creating a scope for the queen rather than necessarily activating her. But now the bishop comes out.
Can you push the c-pawn here? Can you just wall in the bishop completely? Like, this is the first thought I had. Yeah, just this is what I was going to say. He's going to push and Hikaru's going to put his bishop there. How bad is this move? Pawn push and defended by the rook. Just wall in the bishop. There's going to be a huge battle for that c5 pawn.
Yeah, that's a...
Well, he clearly disagrees with me, but I was curious. Like, is that something you can get away with?
I loved it, Levy. I think maybe if he hadn't spent 3 minutes on move 1, then he might have spent a bit longer there debating whether to push forward. That's kind of the definition of gaining space, right? You lock in your opponent's pieces in the meantime, and now black does fight for the center. Maybe now pushing equally tempting, but the black knight will come out to target that pawn. It's very kind of brave if Sindarov kind of continues to neglect his king. I think he should get castled soon.
It's going to be difficult to castle. You got to get a lot of pieces out of the way, right? As well, something we haven't talked about a ton, of course, is these 2 knights over here on the H file. We always talk about how poor a knight is sitting on the rim of the board, and so looking for both players to find a way to get those activated and out. And Sindarov will look to do so in this moment.
Nice call, James. Why aren't you playing in this tournament?
Because all the games would end rather quickly. I mean, from here, I'm looking at, you know, a knight move from here, threatening this pawn. Once again, obviously, this knight on this square protects that. So good move there by Nakamura. And
it's important in this type of format to count all the pieces that control certain squares. Like right now, Hikaru's got a pawn in the center, a knight in the center, and a bishop on the left-hand side, and they're all pointing onto the central square d4. So that's obviously going to be a very important square. That is a dark square, however, and black has very poor control of the light squares. In fact, almost nothing in black's position controls a light square, which is quite fascinating, like at least in the center. So, yeah, I think if Javakhir plays this right, he will end up controlling both color complexes, and there's only two of them to control, so he will be pretty happy.
Admittedly, this feels like a peculiar move, this pawn push. Understanding that it is also fighting for that d4 square and controlling the f4 square as well, these two here for the knight jump. It also feels like we've just blocked our dark squared bishop in. How do we ever get our dark squared bishop involved into the game now that we're stuck behind our wall of pawns?
Yeah, it looks like it might take a while. White can push the pawn up one square and the f or h pawns one square and get this bishop out, but yeah, it's going to take a while before it actually has any real influence. Levy mentioned the d4 square. You're fighting with the center. Actually, if white just pushes the f pawn, suddenly white does have enough control to push in the center as well. So yeah, these next few moves might be critical, Tanya.
So much of it is also about king safety, right? Where do the players want to castle is such a big question to me in this position. You can't keep that king forever in the center, especially if you're looking at all these central breaks, opening up the lines in the diagonal. And I think that question is more tough for Hikaru to answer. For the light square weaknesses that we see on the right side of the board, the king can't really find safety there. The white knight can then start jumping really close towards that f square and that h5 square as well. The left side of the board, closer to the queen, if you go castling, with that a pawn that's already moved forward, some weaknesses and targets there. So where is Hikaru's king even finding safety here would be not an easy one to answer for him.
Yeah, that's probably why he's thinking for so long.
Yeah. And the clocks are leveled out. That time deficit is gone.
Wow, that is a high-level move. That is a hard move to explain.
Can you try your best?
Sure.
For my sake?
I think basically, you know, Hikaru didn't change much. He just slid his bishop forward. The only change in his position now is the bishop now doesn't just look to the right side. It also kind of looks bottom to the left. Not that those squares are particularly useful. And he's gaining a little bit of space for his pawn and queen in the left-hand corner. I think he kind of wanted Javakhir to do something. I think he's sort of waiting and seeing like which way white will continue. It's kind of a game of cat and mouse.
But also this move, it kind of frees up the space for the queen, right, to jump the square where the bishop's just vacated, line up with the bishop there and really take control of that break in the center that Javakhir wants to get in with the d pawn moving 2 steps ahead. So trying to get as many pieces on the board as possible, but a really nice post. You know, every pawn move in the game of chess has its own set of consequences. You push it, you see what you've left behind. Right. That square which Hikaru's just taken was a square left behind by Javakhir by pushing that b pawn 1 step too far.
I think it's a very instructive moment, the idea of improving moves, just that bishop, as you mentioned, where it doesn't seem to change too much, but it just opens the scope of the bishop a little bit more, maybe opens an avenue for the queen as well. Starting to, you know, activate a few more of our pieces. We see that light squared bishop come out. So still, I'm uncertain which direction we're going to see the castle go for Nakamura and the black pieces. I feel in my bones that Sindarov is going kingside.
I think he should start that. Pretty much, Hikaru is now ready to castle. Castling on the next move is legal for everyone who wasn't with us here yesterday. It did confuse a few of the players. Late castling.
Can I just say, long castles for a white is not a crazy thought. Sorry, left side castling. Like, if you castle to the left and then just play, you know, your knight to the edge of the board and just a full wave of pawns down the center, it also doesn't look that bad. It's, of course, easier for me to move Sindarov's pieces. Like, if I was playing with white here, I might not go for that, but I think they're both...
You're not going for that if you were playing Levy. Maybe if you were playing against me, you'd go for that.
Hey, can you put it on the board and see what the evaluation, like, what happens?
With the c pawn eventually hanging, I'd love to see that as well.
Like, how bad is it if we just like move it on the analysis board?
Oh, but we don't have.
But we have two, right? We have.
So sorry, you're looking at
Yeah, let's.
long left side castling for white. I'm curious, but also we don't have a bar, so actually.
Oh, we do, and it doesn't move.
Is it one of the best?
Oh,
it does move.
yeah.
Okay,
It
but
does
white
move.
is not. It's not horrible.
No,
it's not a
it's
horrible
not.
move. Like white is still better.
But it just feels you've expanded so much on that side. It's super gutsy and super brave. It's sort of playing with fire, this move.
I mean, you're taking off the gloves at that point.
Yeah, and I
right?
think if the points are flipped, you go for it. But Java here doesn't have to, right? He has 4.5. This is exactly what we were talking about in the pregame show. Like, you don't need to play long castle. So, and he doesn't. He's obviously.
Oh, there's that F3 push, as you talked about, maybe preparing for the D4 as well.
Yeah, and now a combination levy, maybe? You can still castle queenside. Now he would be threatening to play moves like d4, keeping his options open.
But this is also so cool by Hikaru, right? He gets rid of Javakir's most active bishop. He wants to trade those light squared bishops so that they're left with the pair that suits him most, which is the bishop on c5 and white's not so pretty piece, which is just moved one step ahead.
We have
What do you think?
we have the chess.com game review open, and Hikaru's score thus far is 72. Well, now it's 75.
Yes.
I guess that last move was really accurate.
Slightly more impressive. Well,
Stockfish looking at these games is just
Freestyle stuff.
Yeah, it's just disrespectful. Like it just. Yeah, but it looks like Hikaru is stabilizing. Also, looks like Java here is not playing as energetically as he could.
yeah. Also, I mean, not something that Hikaru is going to let happen, but something I'm looking at, obviously, is knight infiltrating, now looking for a fork up here on the king and the rook as a possible move. Both kings, or both players rather, choosing to castle towards that king side short, so we do have our answer there.
Yeah, and the e7 square currently covered, but definitely watch out for that, James. Like if the black pawn ever pushes, locking the.
He's saying you suck, James. That's what
No,
he's saying.
that's-
Did you hear that? That's Grandmaster speak.
Yeah.
For I can't believe you didn't see the bishop. What are you going to do about that?
Retreating moves, right? A lot of pieces can move backwards in chess, and it's easy for us to
Magnus
forget that.
missed one yesterday.
Exactly.
I mean, if he can, James can.
Danya does this to me, Nerditsky. Like sometimes we commentate, I say something, and he goes, "Yeah, I think there might have been rookie 8 at the end." But anyway, like, and like, if you look at the line, what I suggested was brain dead.
It just falls apart.
You're just like, there might have been, but I don't know. Anyway, and then we just like keep going along. So.
Yeah. David will underhand it to me every time. He'll find a clean way of telling me I'm wrong, but that's why we're here.
But I think Hikaru heard you. He's just reinforced the defense of that square.
Yeah, so actually, I'm the idiot, ultimately, and I'm fine. I'm fine with that. It's been that way my whole life. So, yeah, and he's really reinforcing that bishop. I think he brought that bishop there to be traded off, essentially, right? Like, that's what he's...
And to take that square with his own knight. So if that trade happened, if you give up this beautiful bishop, what does Hikaru have in mind? Because if you recapture with the pawn, you're kind of doubling up, and at least optically what it looks like walking into not such a great pawn formation. Do you get your knight on that really strong square?
Yeah, for sure. Although I'm still worried about this last remaining center pawn for Java here just advancing, right? Like,
and that would scream for it to happen, right?
Yeah. And by the way, I mean,
Whoa.
that's a really nice move also because you can't get rid of that knight. Like, if black moves his pawn in front of his king, it weakens the pawn right next to it, the GNF pawns.
It's also terrifying looking, right, to see these two knights so close to the king, the white knights that have just jumped to e4 and f5, and you're looking at all kinds of sacrifices on the right side of the board. Also, I just realized that these knights, they don't have the eyes on them. Usually we get to see the knights with...
Yeah.
Right? You feel that?
Yeah, they took the eyes away.
No, I love that point, though, about the G pawn, just because typically, right, you'd be looking, oh, I don't like where that knight is. I want to kick it out. And what's the easiest way for me to do that? Push that knight. But as we've mentioned before, you have to think about what you've left undefended, behind. And so as soon as you push that, the pawn in front of it is undefended. And David showed earlier that the other knight works well in concert to go ahead and take that with a fork on the king and the rook as well.
That is the most annoying thing in chess. Kind of subconsciously, you see your opponents infiltrate your half of the board. You just want to kick them back, but here Hikaru is just going to have to live with it. Maybe just while this game, it's a bit about maneuvering right now. Javokir deciding when to kind of pull the trigger, maybe push some pawns, open things up. Maybe we can check out the bird's eye view of the other 5. There's nothing too dramatic happening. Just a quick update. All the other boards deep in the middle game now. A lot of the kings still in the center. This is one of the few games where both sides have castled.
Yeah, that said, I wouldn't mind checking in with Gukesh and Fabiano, our other 4.5 point leader coming into the day up against our most recent world champion. Could be a fun matchup to dive into, so perhaps we hop over there.
What on
And
earth is
this
happening here?
is a very different looking board state than where we just came from.
How are there 4 pawns on that H file? On that rightmost file? David, I haven't seen this pawn formation, I don't know the last time or if I ever saw it.
Yeah, this is a weird one. I'm quite liking it. It looks like checkers for white almost. Most of the pawns on dark squares. I'm quite liking especially the combination of bishop on light squares controlling diagonals, pawns on the dark squares controlling loads of squares there. And we know Fabi's in great form, but Gukesh, a result here, any result would be good for him in terms of coming into the top 8. Big game here.
I think immediately I'm wondering, I'm just looking at obviously the open G file, right? We each have a rook positioned there, but as well now with the pawns over on the left-hand side of the board up on the 5th rank, both of those feeling like a good target. And so it feels like split attention. And I'm wondering how you would make the decision as a player, which side of the board you're ultimately going to send your resources.
Yeah. And, I mean, also where the king's going to castle, I was just about to say, I don't think you're going either way anymore. So the white king just posting up pretty much nice and safe, cuddled up by its pieces there. And, yeah, this is a bit of a weird one. It's like which flank, which pawns to push, whose pieces are better. I would choose Fabiano here, probably Tanya.
It's really interesting. I think it's so much about the minor pieces here, right? The minors on the board, Levy, because you compare Fabi's bishop to Gukesh's bishop, which now has opened up, so perhaps the comparison doesn't stand. I love this break in the center, regardless of whether our engine, our bar approves of it or not, because with the king in the center, where it's just moved, no castling in sight, Gukesh wants to activate his queen. He wants to get it to the center of the board. He wants to start targeting that H pawn on the right side once the queen arrives there. That knight, which is in front of the king, will arrive to G6 or to the central square of D5, putting more pressure. I think Gukesh, you said any result works for him. He's playing for the win here, Levy.
The easy way to think about this position for people at home is the more pawns you have on the same color square as your bishop, like the worse it's going to be. And so Gukesh had 6 out of 7 of his pawns on the light squares, which means his bishop was the imposter all along. It was pretending to be a bishop, but not with the last move that he played. Whereas Fabiano had 6 out of 7 pawns on the dark squares. That's why Fabiano has an advantage. His color complex sort of pairs well together. But with E5, it's...
It feels like Fabiano has a decision to make, right? Either I take or I risk that pawn pushing one more square and almost locking my bishop out of the game a little bit.
Yeah, he could be deciding whether to stop that push with the move D2 to D3, his center pawn just going up 1 square, or he's deciding to take. Another thing top players do is they decide the second move. And okay, or that, provoking that push. But sometimes players at this level also calculate a move ahead, like capture, my second move, which is always strange to me. Like, if you're going to make the move, just make it. But yeah, so he's saying, Gukesh, come forward, like bring it on, basically, like this.
But he'd be happy if Gukesh took that decision. If he blocks the center, that means you're giving away a lot of the attack, also fixing your own pawns on the light squares where it can become a big target, because that's the color complex of the bishop. Will he? He does. Doesn't find anything better. And now the white queen that's eyeing some dark squares on the right side of the board to penetrate towards the black king.
And now Gukesh will put his 7th and final pawn on a light square. Oh, no he won't. No he won't. He pushed the pawn that was under attack forward. Wow. I really like White's position here, though. I feel like White has all the play and the targets.
I feel like the kings feel so much safer in the white position, but of course now we see a lot of rerouting kind of happening with those minor pieces. The bishop sliding back and the knight dropping back, maybe looking to launch an attack on the other side of the board. Would there be any reason that either of these players in this position would want to trade the rooks on the G file? Is that an advantage positionally for either player? Obviously, you're forcing the king to slide back.
You're a genius.
Look,
now what?
You win some, you lose some. That's a good question. Now what? Well, I mean, now I'm thinking we need to find a way to get our king off of that back rank and open a way for our black queen and black rook to slide over and start an attack on that.
Are we going to see a castle? But that's just too risky. With everything open on the left side of the board, even if it's legal, that's playing with fire.
Oh, I think it is still legal for black to castle, but as you say, Tanya, the white bishop will come and check the black king that would then sit on c8, and yeah, that just smells bad. But there is a big threat. The white queen is poised, right? She's about to jump.
Yeah, that's...
And it's weird, right? Because Gukesh has got his majors on one side of the board, the minors on the other, but they're really not doing a great job of defending that king against the threat. You're pointing out that extreme right square of h8, but the queen has got other targets on that diagonal as well. The f6, the g7 pawn, all of them looking extremely juicy to come into. Gukesh, he does make a move. He's choosing the king to defend itself.
Okay.
To be clear, that means that he can now no longer castle. Those rules still apply. That means that the king will be walking step by step around the board from now.
Ooh. Yeah, this gives him both options, though, to defend against that queen move, right? He can either bring the knight or the bishop over and just kind of box his own king in.
Checks don't win the game. This is an important thing. Like, for a lot of people watching, like, they would still play this move just because they can. Wow, and it doesn't necessarily mean it wins the game. But, yeah, Gukesh is basically saying, if you bring your queen in over here, she's going to end up getting distracted and lost in the forest. And in that time, I'm going to launch some counterattack.
I instantly want to clean up that pawn right below the queen. Is that not allowed?
It's probably the best move.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, if you take it, the board explodes.
Explodes.
Yeah, like you cannot. It's actually like mined.
Well, so the reason I bring that up is because dropping the bishop back would have defended that pawn, and so he chose the knight instead.
But dropping the bishop back, just to mention, would have dropped a different pawn. The white bishop would have been able to grab a pawn on the edge of the board.
Yeah.
The black
And this actually serves the same positional purpose as earlier that I was describing. Like, Fabi's bishop targets all the pawns, and Gukesh's bishop just has to sort of play defense. So yeah, Gukesh is a pawn down and a minute down, but he's had worse in his life, and even worse in this tournament.
He's about to lose another pawn. How do you even keep things under control? There are two that are under fire. The queen and the bishop are combining. That f pawn is well attacked. Once again, both his majors are just not taking apart. He is giving up another pawn. He attacks the queen.
Oh.
Can you just grab f5 right now?
Yeah, but I think he's going to launch a counterattack with his rook. He's going to, like, chuck all his pawns, get his king out,
wow,
and then bring his rook.
Whoa,
But you said it, a check is not a checkmate, right? That's one check. What's assisting it?
Yeah,
Give me an assist.
Yeah, this is kind of insane. It's equal despite him being 2 pawns down. Like,
I don't understand chess.
Yeah, this is the thing. You see those exclamation points on the moves, right? It's 3 in a row. So the engine is telling us that Gukesh is finding the right moves, but it's hard to even find the logic behind it.
Yeah. I do want to point out one motive in this position. That white queen, it doesn't have too many squares. If we just imagine the black rook actually giving a check, the bishop stepping forward to try to pursue that queen on f5, suddenly the queen starts feeling a bit unsafe. Where are you running to? You don't really have so many options.
Yeah, and actually, if the queens do come off, despite the fact that white is technically 2 pawns up, 2 points up, long term, this pawn is quite a strong one. It will be joined by another pawn on the edge of the board, and the black bishop is a sniper trying to clean up on this flank. So, okay, a trade of the bishop's very sensible.
Ah, interesting. Because given that material advantage, my instinct is to start trading material, right? And to get down to a certain point. So I was looking at queen sliding into the middle with a check and offering a trade of queens.
I mean, I don't think Gukesh thinks it's close to equal. Like,
he thinks he's worse?
Yeah,
a lot worse.
At least worse. At least, right? Maybe not a lot, because I don't know how. He's obviously psychologically very strong. I mean, he had the nerves to win the world championship, but like, yeah, definitely with black here, you think you're worse. That's a very nice move. That's what Robert Hess calls a collinear move, making a move on the same diagonal as a capture. And this is crazy. So now Fabiano is trying to trade the pieces. We know traditional chess wisdom says trade pieces when you're up 2 pawns.
Right.
But white is still not really better. Black is going to have time to start winning pawns back.
And I think you have to trade queens here as black. You want to get them off the board. The white queen is super strong, and that would destroy Fabi's pawn formation. I think we're going to see this being played out as Gukesh does take a pause right now. He's thinking about it. Levy, queens on the board or off the board?
I think he actually can trade them, right? I mean, I don't know, but I
think you must.
Yeah, if he doesn't, then there will be some sort of infiltration.
What is he thinking about the follow-up? Because he's touching the 1-minute mark right now.
His chair is wobbling, which is obviously, you know, you're shaking the feet. That's what that's all about.
Fabi, calm and composed, no shaking there.
No, there's a shake, there's a shake, and it's getting more intense. And we know Fabi's heart rate rises, which is, you know, like, kind of the drawback of these heart rate monitors. They're good for us, but you see Fabi's heart rate doubled Magnus's in, like, Singapore, for example.
You start worrying about their health.
Last year's freestyle, Fabi's heart rate, it touched 160. We were all worried in commentary what's going on
Like
there.
I said, Gukesh is not worried about his health. He's a Gukesh, like, you're, you know. King F1.
He's not making. He's down to 30 seconds now.
Yeah, but this is where Gukesh shines. This is like Rock Lee and Naruto. You know, the belt is off. You know, the ankle weights. This is where Gukesh is going to shine. 20 seconds on the clock, and he's going to...
I think it's pushing it. Now it's borderline. You really have to play because there are some questions to be answered. Next time he keeps the queens on the board, which means it's going to be even more complicated.
Oh, man.
Wow. Oh, yeah, now we're in a bit of a time scramble. Of course, they do have increment, so...
Can you pick up a third pawn?
I mean, if anybody's winning right now, it's like Black. I mean, practically speaking. Black has 3 pieces attacking the White King.
Yeah.
And White only has 1, sort of.
This is terrifying for Fabiano. Just the fact that Gukesh is throwing everything at him, going for checkmate. Surprisingly, the White King is much more vulnerable than the Black King, and we were not saying that 10 moves ago. So Gukesh turning this around, maybe.
It also just feels like this knight, for example, can't go anywhere, and this rook is completely locked out of the game behind its own pawn right now.
The White Rook and the White Knight not playing, right? They're not participating in the battle.
Why is Fabi not rushing to take that monstrous pawn that has advanced so far ahead, that D3 pawn? Because it's threatening to go one step ahead, giving a check, clearing the path to the queen towards the king.
Yeah, I think he's deciding, does he take it with the queen or does he take it with the knight? Because if you take it with the queen, the Black Queen dances backwards and tries to retake a different diagonal. If you take it with the knight, you have a frozen moment where Black can't do that, but, like, you know, your knight is then pinned to your king, so you can't move your knight. Then you have to move your king in the future, and he's trying to decide. Remember, neither player knows whether they're winning or losing. We kind of know it's equal. Oh, they can do whatever they want because we can watch with the computer. They don't. And so Fabi's going to get under a minute too. And you give me both players here with 40 seconds on the clock. I'm going to take the world champ.
Okay.
And this is not the type of equal that is going to stay equal. It's going to go either way, it feels like, especially because there's such a kind of imbalance in the pawn count. The clock's playing a role now. And I can confirm, 1 move to hold the balance for Fabiano. He should take the pawn with his queen. Everything else gives Gukesh a big advantage.
Oh my goodness.
He's now
he
under.
has to find it.
He's now under Gukesh's time.
And he has to find the only move. Queen takes pawn is the only way for White. After being up 2 pawns, he does find it.
Ooh, but the
And-
Exactly
And
what
now
you had
what?
predicted, though.
And now what? King has to run probably. Wow, he's giving up a pawn to block the diagonal. Black can just take it.
Yeah, another great move. We should mention for Fabiano, that was the only way to stop the Black Queen from lunging in and causing some real damage. So this is such a high-quality game.
Yeah, also just notice how everything shifts, right? Suddenly Gukesh seems to be completely calm about the position, like he's calculated his way through. Fabi a bit fidgety, a little shake of the chair now. And he picks up the pawn with his knight. The knight jumps closer towards the White King.
Why can't White just play? And okay, it's given a question mark. White doesn't have enough time to get his knight into the game now?
I think
Is there knight f3, knight d2? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I know, we can draw those arrows on the board maybe, but Black is threatening to infiltrate with a check and sacrifice the knight to infiltrate with the queen.
Wow.
And Fabio might have just spotted that, so he might defend that with his rook by sliding it up a square.
With just 30 seconds on the clock, Fabiano needs to work out all the tactics of the knight jumping, clearing the path for the queen to come towards the king. And we might see it now.
Wow, that's the best move.
Yeah.
And he finds it.
Guess what? Best move, Fabiano Caruana in a complicated position. That is his trademark. Calculates his way most likely to safety. The best move for Black now is to actually run away with this knight, but Gukesh wants to go forward. He wants to go on the attack. He does not want to retreat.
Instinctively.
But you have to, because if you go forward, the White Queen gets in.
I do know we're in a time crunch, but I'm going to ask for some clarification as to why that c4 push from the rook is good, and how does it effectively prevent that knight from making that jump to d2 that we talked about?
6, make a move.
Oh, and Gukesh has blundered.
Gukesh has made a huge slip. Now the White Queen can jump in with a check. It's not just one check. She's going to pick up a pawn, maybe even come and pick up this knight the long way around. She's going to do a dance around the board if Fabiano can find it.
Double question mark. That's a big blunder by Gukesh.
He elects not to pick up the pawn, goes for another check on that diagonal.
Okay, and oh, Fabi might make a draw here. He might repeat the position because he's at the top of the leaderboard. He doesn't know that he's winning, and he has like 30 seconds on the clock.
And you see the Black Queen jumping in, you want to grab that draw with both hands, right?
Yes.
Well, mere mortals like us, but this is Fabiano Caruana. Will he play for more?
But this is what we talked about, right? He doesn't have to play for more. I mean, if it's like a knockout, yeah, but he might. I mean, he might play for more. He's got 30 seconds now.
I'd love to see that, Levy. I'd love to see him go for more, but he needs to find a way. He's reaching for the queen, and he does go for more.
Wow.
And now, James, your point becomes relevant from earlier. The white rook coming up actually clears a path for the white king to do a bit of a zigzag and run away to safety if it gets checked. And we're going to see this play out. The white king is running for the hills. The black knight is lonely now, targeted. The black rook cannot jump in. The white knight is the king's best friend right now, defends the white king. This should be Fabiano's game now.
Incredible nerves by Fabi, right? He sees the queen coming in, but he realizes the king will be safe with just one defender, and he goes in for the win. And now it's Gukesh's knight. That is so vulnerable.
Alexa, okay, takes the ace pawn with the check.
The king slides back.
Hides in the center, like always, in the open space.
That's
with all the majors on the board.
as every single one of us was taught.
It might just be over. I mean, yeah, you're going to
take the knight with a check.
It's the knight with a check.
He's got an extra knight, Fabiano. As long as he doesn't blunder any checks now, any checkmates, the white king is still a bit open, so this is not completely over yet. But, oh, look at Fabiano. Such accuracy. Another check. Diagonal checks are always really efficient from queen somehow, and the white rook's about to join the fun.
Gukesh might resign, but he also might play 2 more moves and resign. I mean, I think it's over.
Fabi's rook is going to come in with a check, right? And when that happens, it's game over. Combine in a queen and a rook against the king, and that you're just asking for checkmate.
Speaking of which,
Shuffling, gaining some time on the clock. What a tough position here for Gukesh.
Fabi just has to find a way to get the rook to give a check to the king.
yeah, or just
Combine, right now the queen and the rook, right? They're on 2 sides of the board for Fabi. He needs to get them together.
5 seconds for Gukesh.
Is there a reason why we can't just
2.
clean up the B pawn there with the rook?
Yeah, I think that would be a good move as long as black isn't able to give a check with his own rook. The black rook sliding across,
over.
That's the only hope for Gukesh right now.
Right, so maybe we talked about that tactically. I mean, obviously on the back foot, but in this situation, how do you find your way out of like a full frontal assault? You're looking for that one avenue to gain a tempo by checking the opponent's king?
Yeah, you need to gain one move, just kind of forceful play, force your opponent's reply, or you simplify the equation. For example, you can give a check right now with the white queen, take the black rook off the board. There'll be actually an exchange of rooks, just to make things more straightforward.
Or just come back and play defense, and black has limited counterplay.
But it does give the move to Gukesh now to try and set something up. The queen controls that D line, so not allowing Gukesh's rook to come in to check. He's reaching out for the rook regardless with square, and he comes in. Whoa!
Deflection.
Whoa!
He's trying to lure the white queen away from the defense of her own rook right now. So that would just be an exchange, a trade, if the white queen goes and grabs that black rook.
Now, to be clear, you can trade the rooks. I mean, you can play queen takes rook, and I'm certain white is completely winning, but you kind of don't want to.
You want to get checkmate.
And there you go. But yeah, I mean, he can do it this way as well, but he's risking a little bit for his own king.
But this looks like this should be just game over. He has to come forward with the king.
The king's running. King might run to the right side of the board and hide, and then panic sets in a little bit.
It's gonna happen. That king marching on the light squares, it has to move forward.
Yeah, then I think he will probably trade the rooks. I think he's gonna play rook and trade the rooks and just say, okay, I'm just gonna win this endgame with the queens, but it's not over.
Yeah. The white rook slides over with the check, protected by the pawns, and then just trade the rook for the rook?
Yeah, but he could have done that like 5 better ways. So now you're like, why am I in this? But this is so ridiculous. Like, yeah, you feel yourself losing control.
And now both players under 20 seconds. And at this moment, you're not thinking about the evaluation. You're just trying to think of how you can set up the tricks and traps for your opponent. He does eventually go for your idea, Levy, get the rooks off the board.
Psychologically, it must be frustrating for Fabiano. He's known now for the last 4 or 5 minutes that he's winning, but he cannot quite kill off Gukesh, so great resilience from the world champion.
Bring that queen to the same spot that the rook just was, with a check, defending both pawns?
Yeah, it makes sense. It's probably...
You must defend those 2 pawns. You remove those 2 pawns off the board for white, and it's a draw. There's no way to win. So
oh, he's gonna go for a pawn push instead.
He wants another queen.
Yeah, that's crazy. And the computer hates it, actually. It's now back to equal.
That's an opening. That's an opening for Gukesh. The question is if he can recognize it as such.
Comes in with a check. Is he going to start chasing Fabi's king? And will Fabi's king be able to hide?
The knight is the best defender against queen checks. Like, it's because it controls the geometry very well. But the real difference here is Gukesh's pawn.
The B pawn, right? You can't put that knight to defend your king, because then the pawn can double down on that pinned knight and win it.
Yeah, it's just so ridiculous. Like, and I mean, I did say in a time trouble I kind of trust Gukesh a bit, but not to this extent. This was wild.
But Levy, now Fabi can't find a way to hide his king because the knight can't defend it anymore because of the B pawn. And he's trying.
Queen just goes to the center. And now you either repeat the position again. Okay, he's dancing this way, but queen takes pawn check.
Pick up a pawn with a check.
Oh.
He's risking here a bit, Fabi, suddenly.
I think Fabi can't believe that it's gotten here to this point.
I can't believe it's gotten
here. You can
here.
win the pawn. Queen f5, queen h5.
Oh,
and that's the last pawn that falls.
He's just won all his pawns.
There is a counter check. There's a block by the white queen.
Oh, queen check. Yeah, you block and it's a check.
David, can we have arrows and show that?
Yes. We should not here. We actually I don't think have them, but.
We'd have to flip to the other board if we can get to that. We'll be able to draw those arrows for you just to explain the idea here.
One trap. If the black queen drops back, there would have been a check here, but the white queen could have dropped back herself and blocked. This is a threat now for white, for example. Queen back to d3. If the queen's come off, white's pawn is too far forward. The black king is not able to catch it. So, okay, one thing for Gukesh to avoid, of course, he will keep giving checks and not let Fabi rest here.
He's not allowing that white queen to come to defense, and once again, that knight isn't able to block the king from checks. I think Gukesh has found the perfect construction to keep checking. And where's the next one coming from? Is it the edge of the board?
But now there is a corner check, and if you run back to the center, there is an actual central check, and you do win the pawn.
Okay.
And you've actually... Oh, yeah, he finds it. Levy, that was the only way to force or kind of keep the draw in hand here for Gukesh. But, of course, he's so accurate.
Incredible. And I think it dawns on them now. Gukesh knows it, and Fabi realizes that, well, the queen can jump back right where it came from. And we've got a repetition coming on.
Wow.
What a save in the end there for Gukesh. Found a couple of key moments off of a slight misplay there from Fabiano. He capitalizes and brings it back to a draw.
Were there other games this round, or just this one?
There were some other games. We had started with that Sindarov Nakamura match, which actually is still going for the time being. There was only one other result so far: Magnus Carlsen taking the win with the white pieces. But for now, let's listen into the players, see their assessment of the position.
Thrilling, fascinating insights.
Gotta get hydrated first.
Riveting.
Well, I mean, from here, I think we should go check in on some of those other games.
Can we check in on the Sindarov board?
Absolutely.
So it was Sindarov and Fabi leading at the start, or not?
Yeah, we'll get there in a moment. Welcome back, everyone, to Freestyle Chess 2025. First round of the day is concluded. Obviously, we put most of our focus in this first round on the two leaders to see how they would perform. Fabiano, of course, scrapes away with that draw. And honestly, he'll be happy to have that, just to take the points. Well, maybe he does feel like he let a little something slip.
Yeah, for Fabiano, frustration. For Gukesh, yeah, it was a bit of an up and down game, but he gets slightly closer to that safety that he needs, the top 8.
Yeah. Of course, we could check in with the rest of the results as well, since we didn't have our eyes on all 5 boards at the same time. as soon as we have the availability to do so. We'll get those up for you so you can stay apprised of both the results in this round, but also the results for the tournament so far through 6 of our 9 round-robin rounds as each player fights and jockeys for position here. There you have it. 3 decisive games, 2 draws, and it will be those 2 leaders who ultimately end up in draw position, while Keimer gets a point on the board. Carlsen as well, and Firouzja will kick off his day with a decisive victory.
And for Levon and Fedosiev, right, the nightmare continues. They start the day with a loss, and they really needed to get up on that leaderboard. So I think things are looking incredibly grim for them right now. 3 rounds remaining.
Yeah, at the same time, you're kind of happy that your buddy also didn't win, right, or even make any points, because now if you win, you can kind of pull ahead. But yeah, certainly time is running out. I think everybody else scored some points who was above them. So yeah, they got to start winning.
Yeah, we can get an update on those standings just so we can get some numbers to it all and see exactly where everybody rests within the standings. There you have it. We still have Fedosiev and Aronian down there at one point, but that goes to Levy's a point that he just made, right? At the end of the day, you're not really chasing the top 2, right, when it comes to qualification for the quarterfinals. Your concern is just the people who are around you in the standings. And so that 4-way tie for 5th at 2 points apiece has now been reduced to a 3-way tie at 2.5 for 6th place currently between Noterbeck, Gukesh, and Hikaru. And then Fedosiev and Aronian, I mean, at this point, time is starting to run thin for them, right? We got 3 more games to go. You're 1.5 points out of the current 8th place position, and that's assuming that none of those players put more points on the board.
That's exactly right. I think in the previous round, they were 1 point out from 8th.
Exactly.
Yeah, another 1.5. So have they played each other?
I just wanted to mention, they play each other next round, those 2 at the bottom. It's must win, do or die.
Yeah,
I think you just have a gentleman's agreement, like one of us has to win. I mean,
it gives us a shot.
I mean, that's match fixing, but they're both gonna play for all out. Because
yes, that's the agreement. Is that we're both gonna come out here throwing haymakers and trying to knock the other one out.
Yeah, exactly. One of them will have to go home, and by go home I mean probably join the commentary because it's in their contract or something.
Right.
So that'll be fun.
Enjoy this beautiful resort. Take it in. I think too, though, then that's going to make me very curious to see what this next lottery will be, and maybe put a spotlight on that matchup in particular, because the 2 are facing elimination. We can maybe evaluate the position from their perspective. Again, I know that Levon Aronian is always looking for an imbalance, and so maybe we try to create that ourselves as we take a look at the position when the lottery comes through. But either way, it's absolute do or die time for them. And this is where I will always come back to looking at a player's veteran status, right, and their ability to overcome obstacles. I feel like Levon Aronian, maybe as compared to Fedosiev, who's trying to make more of a name in being a qualifier into this event, maybe I'd give him just that slight mental edge that he's not going to be so concerned with the ultimate results and be able to just focus on creating those winning chances.
Or Levon is just old. Age versus experience, right? Which one is it, right? And Levon, he's also just the kind of guy who's like, I'm 1 out of 6. I'm just gonna wing it. Like, let's have some fun, for the love of the game. I'm not gonna sit there and, bunker down and try to get a half a point. Like, a lot of players are very principled. They lose a game, it's like the next game is a draw. Like, they are always going to try to not take any risks. But he's not like that. So yeah, I don't know. What does the panel think? Who's got the advantage? Fedosiev with the youth, just qualified, a lot of confidence, or Levon with the experience?
I mean, we saw some of their blitz games yesterday. Levy, you said Fedosiev was pretty happy with how he played. So I would say maybe he's the one. But it's not just this next game. Whoever out of those 2 emerges victorious, they still need to probably win their last 2 games as well, or at least score 1.5 in their last 2 games, as well as winning this next one, just to have any chance.
It keeps the hopes alive, right? Because you go on 2 points then, and the staging of the tournament is such that you still have 2 rounds left. And let's not forget the players who are on that 7th, 8th position, currently at 2.5. So much depends on them having to win as well, because otherwise the fight gets incredibly close in the final 2 rounds.
Right. I mean, that's where you got to wonder how many players are, they got to be constantly checking with those standings between rounds. Again, it's not just playing your opponent and playing this current game. It's playing the tournament and understanding what is required of you to just get to that benchmark. And so I hear that the lottery is just about to start, so perhaps we can peek back into the player hall and watch it all unfold.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 7 of the round robin. I would now like to welcome to the stage Andrea Botes to help us with drawing the next position. Please give her a round of applause. Ready? Yes. So you can stand down there. Position.
789.
Can you repeat?
789.
Thank you very much, Andrea. 700, and we can put the ball there in front, and the players will get 10 minutes now to prepare. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
If anyone can hear, can you refresh our...
Very exciting. Okay, let's have a look.
Yeah. Are we all blocked?
Yeah, I guess so.
There's a spy here.
But it cannot be that everybody can.
I also play C4. I play C4.
Okay, anyway, what's going on here? It's all in the past.
Yeah, exactly. So what do we have?
Nothing is hanging. That's good.
So I assume what are the options? C4, B4, maybe maybe G4. E4 and D4 look kind of weird, but maybe they're okay too. Maybe I'm wrong.
Very super nice.
Also E4, yeah, why not E4?
Really? E4, C5? C3? Or?
Yeah, I think probably.
C3. Also, E4, E5 can't be bad.
E4, C5, C3, we have 96, yeah, just 96.
Yeah, like these Caro-Kann
Yeah.
setups.
96, like G3.
Okay, I don't know.
White's development is much easier. When knight comes to F5.
Like, do you feel like in E4, E5 structures, it's kind of tricky, right? If this F5, H5 square is to be tempoed down in symmetry.
Yeah, that could be. E4, E5, knight, just knight H3.
E4, C5, C3, 96. I think, yeah, for knight G3, I was probably thinking about knight G6 and to knight E3, knight H, knight E4.
Maybe knight E3 first.
Okay, now.
H2's hanging, no?
H2 was hanging, yeah. You need to go.
So actually, even if you play something like knight G3 and knight E3, H5 could... Ah, no, bishop is maybe here.
Yeah, I was thinking G3, then maybe G5.
Yeah, for sure we play G5.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
It's a bit scary with the F5 square.
I don't love 1E4. I kind of like 1C3.
C3 and D5.
Well, D5,
Then
E4
E4,
maybe.
yeah.
We can play C6.
Yeah, C3, C6, D4.
Maybe probably D5, E4, C6 also. Okay.
Yeah, but still.
Okay, so let's say we get this position. Something like this.
Isn't this quite nice for him?
The queen in the center is definitely good.
Okay, if you can't play E5, then yes.
Yeah, I mean E5, ED, and then white should be somewhat better.
But actually, it's a tactical issue, right? I mean, there is knight F6 in the end, but black lose like E5, ED, CD, bishop A4 is tactically winning the H7.
Yeah,
also
knight
just-
F6 in the end.
Also just DE,
It's
yeah?
probably better for white.
Okay, so C3.
I think
Why
probably
don't we-
better to
I mean,
start
why-
with D4, yeah.
Why is it so, like, what's the subtlety?
Yeah.
Just start with D4.
Yeah.
No, just these knights are horrible pieces.
I don't know, maybe,
You cannot play
maybe
something
there's
like
some kind of
this.
C5.
Yeah, like Benoni. D6.
C5, DC, B6.
Yeah.
D5, what do you do?
D5, B5.
Yeah, and D6.
Yeah, I mean the queen is a bit, yeah, but the white queen is also kind of strong.
No, after G5, I think we have idea like play B5, E6, knight, coming to F4 and next to G6.
Yeah.
It looks relatively harmonious. Okay, so C5.
So C5, I think DC must.
The thing is, nobody was going to play C3. We're all black, right?
Yeah,
Nobody's
yeah,
playing C3.
Sure.
Let's say
We can take, yes, C5, take King
Take
F1.
it, yeah.
Yeah.
King F1 and Knight G3 maybe.
yeah, it's very dangerous for black.
No,
You can't do this.
Maybe we should take it.
Yeah, taking is logical. Yeah, take.
No, but then actually black can play that same line because after bishop c2, bishop c7, I'll let you take h7, I'll take and go king f8.
Oh yeah, makes sense. No, but b4 maybe
Yeah,
it's okay.
then b4 makes much more sense.
Okay. Yeah, this looks good for white.
Oh, how are we going to develop? I just want to understand. Let's say knight g6 or
Probably knight e3 and just castle, right? No?
this.
Yeah.
no, it looks good.
Yeah, it looks good for white.
It's very good
I
for
like
white.
it. But should we consider B5, C4, B5?
Before,
Oh, you want to go b5?
c5.
c5?
Queen H7.
Maybe.
This.
Yeah,
or before
B4.
Yeah.
The typical stuff.
Oh, this is good, no? Before bishop.
No, this I like for white.
This should be good
Yeah.
for white, I
It should
think.
be good,
Space is
yes.
space should be
Much
good.
And maybe this and just b6.
Yeah, this is logical.
but-
yeah, that's
because,
the
yeah,
most
because-
logical. Yeah.
Now this is very
No, but it doesn't
critical.
matter because I'll let you take. I'll let you take here. I'll just ignore it. I'll play like bishop c7 or something.
And then king f8. Yeah.
Actually, no. Maybe, okay, something like this. Maybe just bishop c7.
Pawn sec.
No, because I'm going to go the same line. King f8, knight g6, rook h8, the same thing.
But you know, bishop b2 there stops
You want
any
bishop
of your
b2, no?
stuff.
Ah, you have bishop b2. Yeah, this is true.
Or bishop b2 here, and then knight g3.
Yeah. I can't. I'm not in time. Yeah, you're right. I'm not in time.
Bishop c2, yeah.
This is true.
Oh, okay, bishop c2, then he takes. Now I take.
Now you take it.
Yeah, this maybe doesn't look bad.
In general, is F5 really bad? It's not really bad.
G4 no. G4 takes E4. Looks really dicey. These knights are just such a nice art.
Yeah, that's why I like c5 and b6.
Yeah.
There are basically got
Yeah.
the pieces out.
Okay.
Like maybe you can C, by the way, one C3, C5 is.
Yeah, C3, C5 is empty.
Yeah. Okay, so here, yeah, I think this is.
And
What's wrong with d4, d5, c3, like maybe knight h6, knight e7, castle shot, knight f6? This can be good.
I'm just afraid we run into
e6.
this looks worse. Just even E4, so.
E6, E6 would go E4.
It just looks like a passive position.
Maybe.
Even
Even
G4.
though like
Yeah, even
c5
G4.
or something.
But at least E4 looks.
Yeah, but I think like only
take
resources
knight
to go see. But I don't.
F5, knight f6, queen e2. Like,
No, I just want to develop like knight f6, castle, maybe c5, somewhere, bishop to e7, to get some natural.
We cannot play E5, something like this.
Yeah, if
Take
Take
C6,
C6.
E4, G5, yeah.
and now G5.
Yeah.
but E3,
E3, I think
I don't really miss.
something like this.
Yeah.
Knight F2 always. Yeah, it does not
Just
working.
losing.
Yeah, just losing.
Yeah, probably just this.
Okay, so C5, take is for E6.
Yeah.
This feels like another good
Okay,
play for
yes,
white.
for
Second
white,
one in a
yes.
row.
No, yeah, you take.
But by the way, if I don't take here, can I do this? Or it's too much?
No, it's probably okay. And what, bishop b2 like this?
Ah, no, you go f6. Ah, you go f6.
F6.
It's too double
Yeah,
edged.
double-edged, yeah.
This is double edge.
Yeah, I agree.
No, I think this is just good for white.
Yes, 93, yeah.
Yeah. Bishop b2. This looks like a great position.
Yeah.
Should be okay.
Well, welcome back. A lot of different ideas being shared between the players in this position 7, 8, and 9. I mean, for me, as I take a look at this, though, as well, I'm immediately looking at a couple. I'm looking for those undefended pawns. We were hearing them talk about maybe a c3 push, followed by c5. Oh, we don't have our analysis board up. Hopefully we can get that up for you so we can show you a few of the ideas that we're thinking about. But definitely those two bishops being paired together, I feel like, along with the queen, feels like there's a lot of potential power, you know, shooting diagonally across the board if we can get all of those pieces working in concert with each other.
Yeah, the queens and bishops, I think, here are the kind of MVPs, at least at the start of the game. If you can get them going for either side, you probably get an early advantage. We also we kind of saw the players play it out there that you can castle very quickly towards the king side, to the right side of the board here for white, for example, early in the game. But, yeah, it definitely feels like the players, they just want to be creative early doors.
Yeah, and as the players are sitting down, I think the one that we want to dive into first is going to be that matchup between Levon Aronian and Vladimir Fedoseev, two players kind of fighting for their tournament lives currently, 1 point apiece at the bottom of the standings. And so a little bit do or die here. Both players probably going to be looking for that decisive win, get a full point on the board and close that 1.5 point gap that currently sits between them and 8th place. So there's a c4 push, which was another one of the considerations of the players with white. They were looking at a c3 or a c4, opts to lunge that pawn forward, open up lines for both the light squared bishop and the queen as well.
And I just want to point out one peculiarity out of the 5 games, I should say. 4 out of the 5 games started with this move, the white pawn landing on c4. That was the group of players who were discussing the games with white. The only player not to play pawn to c4 was Gukesh, who sat on his own, as usual, isolated himself, didn't want to hang out, didn't want to mingle. And, yeah, his game's gone a different direction. But this one, the white queen, had some eyes on that pawn, potentially, which was guarded by a black knight, but... Okay, Fedoseev choosing to develop his knight first move.
Yeah, having some of his own ideas. Definitely could have slid that bishop out to aid in the attack, but of course with the knight coming out, effectively defends that pawn.
Tanya, what do you think the early strategy is going to be for Levon? He hasn't quite got his style of position in most of the game so far.
Well, I think getting the pieces out, and you know, Levon, someone who speaks so much about symmetry when it comes to freestyle chess, and this last move by him pushing that c-pawn ahead did not allow Fedoseev to get that symmetry. What black really wants to do is to play copycat for as long as you can. But notice how the queens are placed. That would allow Levon to get that first break in with b4, had that move that you're highlighting been played, giving the initiative to Levon. That's what you're really hoping for. Instead, Fedosev's strategy, right, brings that edge knight towards the center, blocks out the queen from attacking the h-pawn, and what that does is frees up that other knight to eventually get out of the way, David, so that you're able to get your king to safety. I think all the players were talking about getting that king to the right side of the board as quickly as possible, and there we see Levon sticks to strategy. He's gaining more space on the left side, freeing up some squares for the bishop to eventually come out and become snipers on the long diagonals.
I have to imagine, though, this is playing directly into what we talked about, where one of these players is coming away with a win, because, yes, we're playing to opposite sides of the board. We've got all of our bishops already for the white player, along with that queen, in a position to slide on out and target along those long diagonals towards the king side. And then it'll be knight defense in the face of all of that. So we'll see if Fedoseev can withstand that pressure.
Yeah, early stages here, but elsewhere there's some crazy stuff going on.
We already have some action? What are you looking at? What are you seeing?
I mean, have you guys seen the juicy matchups that we set up for this round? It's absolutely insane. We've got the All-American clash with Hikaru taking on Fabiano Caruana. We've got Magnus against his epic rival, Alireza Firouzja. The world champion Gukesh, that's the top center board. He's playing against the one player who helped him so much in his world championship victory, his second, Vincent Keimer. It's a tough one to pick, but you know what, guys? let's go over to the world number one. Magnus Carlsen, who had a tough round, tough day one, right? 3 losses. Starts with a win today. Can he keep up the momentum against Firouzja?
All right, diving into that one, and this one as well started with that c4 push, but a slightly different, or rather further development, so a bit further into the game between these two.
Yeah, and it's actually exactly what Tanya wanted to show earlier. So just maybe a quick action replay as we dive in. The live position will be at the bottom right of your screens for the next few moments. But just to recap, pawn to c4 was met by symmetry, and Tanya's point, having the advantage of the white pieces in freestyle is maybe even more important than in normal chess, because you get the chance to strike first. b4, now black simply doesn't have time to kind of build that pawn cube. White would simply be grabbing here. So we see a bit of a timid move, pawn to b6. The white queen actually comes out very early. Don't try it at home, folks, but this can work very well. And white simply has more space here, more central pawns. You could imagine white building a big pawn center, 4-pawn attack, and James, it feels like already Firouzja may be getting a small advantage against Magnus.
Yeah, not just that. I'm looking at, this knight jumping in a little bit further, continuing to pile pressure on here. Maybe we slide this bishop out and continue to line up a bit of an attack, or even slide it this direction as well, right? Hitting the same pawn as a possibility. But as you mentioned, it's just going to look to kind of lock down the center, pushing that D pawn forward, rather. And already it's starting to feel like black is struggling for space, right? I think constantly about fighting for space and control of the center, and it's going to be difficult now to get those pawns coming forward, as well as get the king to safety in time.
Yeah, he's a bit of a space monster these days, Magnus Carlsen, Tanya. So the fact that he's a bit cramped here, all of his pawns a bit stuck, unable to move, he's not going to be too happy, the world number one.
No, he's not happy at all with what he's gotten right out of the opening. And that's why the first few moves in freestyle chess are just so incredibly important. You've got these world-class players, but you see them come into trouble very early on, sometimes within the very first 5 moves. For white, the flexibility in the center that you were earlier demonstrating, he's already advanced 2 of those pawns, the one in front of the king, the one next to that also getting in. Then you place your knight behind those pawns, getting into those central squares. It feels as if the play just flows for Alireza. Meanwhile, for Magnus Carlsen, he's still struggling to find the right squares for his pieces. He does vacate one of them, the one in front of the king. I'm expecting the bishop to land there next to target that white queen.
Yeah, and it kind of reminds me of what Levy said at the start of today. Magnus was lost twice yesterday within 10 moves. He just didn't get going, really. He barely got out of the traps. And, I mean, it's move 6. I don't know how bad his position is, but if Alireza starts building already, push another pawn, you can even push another pawn to f4 maybe later within a few moves. I don't know. I think Magnus might just be on the back foot. He comes back.
Felt like there was an opportunity to snag that g2 pawn right here with the bishop on the diagonal. I don't know why the wrong square lit up there, but now will effectively be defended with that pawn push in the middle.
Ooh, not the best apparently. Of course.
Given a question mark, yeah.
I think the most natural move. Yeah, just to mention that this pawn on g2 was defended by the white rook.
Oh my goodness.
Held. But don't worry. That's the thing. That's the thing in freestyle chess. You've got to look for those loose pawns.
Also because usually a knight is there. And that's what all these patterns become, unfamiliar. David, I want to point out that last move by Magnus, trying to get that space for the bishop to come out, it comes at a cost of his own. Now notice that knight next to the king. You've got to spend more time getting it out of the way to get your king to safety. And that's what happens when you've got less space. You have to take these measures, but every move has its own drawback, its own consequences. And for Magnus, the development problem continues.
I mean, I have to imagine at this point, Magnus is considering fighting for the center there. At what point do you consider just lunging that D pawn forward into the face of those 3 central pawns and opt for a trade?
Yeah, that's a great question, because normally I think this would be the idea, or what he wants kind of later in the game, Magnus. But right now, because again, it is Fischer random, it's freestyle chess, pushing that pawn would have kind of opened up the black king to a vulnerable diagonal. And just the way the pieces stand right now, if the black king gets safe, it's not clear where it's going yet, then that might be an idea later. First, he jumps in with his knight. He's freeing up the other knight.
I was going to say, it feels like he's making space for the king to castle that direction just by giving the knight an opportunity to get out from behind those pawns.
And again, whenever these two match up against each other, you know, it's really a moment for the chess world. Their rivalry goes a long way back. Alireza famously is the player handpicked by Magnus as the one who he was willing to play a world championship match against. They've had epic blitz encounters, speed chess encounters. You know, he's the prince of chess, Magnus the king of chess. It's the prince versus king playing freestyle chess here, which means they get to use, well, their raw skills from move one. That knight eventually does come into the game once again. Magnus can't just castle because the queen is blocking one of the squares, so you still have to spend one more move bringing that bishop to the square in front of the king, blocking that diagonal, and then get the king to safety. David, those two knights, while they look pretty, in chess we call them superfluous knights very often because they're coming in each other's way. Is that something that White eventually can start targeting and think at getting at? Maybe advance the h-pawn at the right time.
Yeah, I think if White gets 3 or 4 moves, if White gets castled, for example, is able to move this knight out the way, this white knight prevents the kickback. White's g-pawn would love to step forward, kick this knight out, then, like you say, Tanya, the other pawn will kick this knight out. But right now, it's just weird placement of knights, again, due to the format. And actually, I quite like the idea of a black knight landing on the edge of the board, kind of teaming up, going for the white king, which has now committed itself. Both kings have castled, finally. It's getting better for Magnus.
It started looking like a more normal standard chess position now, where White has got a lot of space in the center, but Magnus managing some piece activity. David, it almost feels like a Sicilian defense out of a standard opening.
Yeah, you're right, Tanya. A Sicilian defense in normal chess, of course, being the black c-pawn coming forward and getting traded off quite quickly. Yeah, black queen often lands on this square as well. Black bishop nicely placed. Knight looking very active. James, it feels like at least the world number one, the last few minutes, he's fighting his way back into the game.
As he always does, right? Maneuvers his way out of what feels like a tough position to play, and even going to bring another knight forward. So a bit of aggression on this side of the board.
I just want to point out there's a huge threat, and I'll put this on the board. If White just does nothing, if White ignores Black's last move, just for example improves his rook, Black will play the move knight takes pawn. You have to use this knight. You're removing a defender. The white knight can recapture, but whoops, you walk into a fork. Double attack, and queen falls. So these two knights no longer superfluous, clearly teaming up nicely here. Big threat.
Okay, so what would be the logical responses? Because the players are going to see that, right? And so we won't just reposition a rook aimlessly. What are our defensive options in that case?
Well, if a fork is threatened, you've got to either move the king or the queen out of the way, right? To me, trying to reposition that queen would be something that I would be looking at as the more natural, instinctive reaction, but just not that easy to come up with a square. The knights, you're absolutely right, David. They've just suddenly started looking like these extremely dangerous stallions that have crossed the board, threatening some devastating checks on f3, on h3, that g2 pawn being tender. I'm expecting Alireza to shift the queen. Help me with a square.
Oh, I'm not sure. I want to use this square. I want to line up on the diagonal, but I'm just scared of knight forks. You've got to be careful. Queen here. It's not possible yet, but the black knight could later jump into this square, which is covered. But yeah, watch out. I'm always terrified of that, Tanya. Another move you could play, just push your pawn up forward one square, kind of cover that one. Alireza is about to show us what his decision is.
He's reaching out for the right side of the board, so it could be that pawn move or perhaps just sidestep the king. He does eventually change his mind and falls back with the queen.
Something about that just doesn't feel good, though, right? Because you've also, like, retreating a piece back to its original square, while sometimes the correct move doesn't feel good because it feels like you're moving backwards and almost regressing on the board itself. And in some ways, now it feels like my rook sitting over on the left-hand side on a1 takes even longer to get involved into the game if I do want to get it active.
Yeah, 100% agree, but luckily for him, it's not the original square, so...
not the original square.
In freestyle chess, the white queen started on b1. So maybe psychologically, at least, not as bad as it normally would. But yeah, you don't normally want to retreat.
It's a classy move, really, this one, because notice how the queen from there is also eyeing the right side of the board. There are some squares that you can get to and start targeting the black knight. Imagine the arrow that David has drawn, and then the knight also jumps forward to h5, trying to release the pressure a little bit in the position with what Magnus has created. I quite like this move, Queen D1. It's not the first one that came to my mind when we were looking for squares. Again, counterintuitive, but this is what Alireza does so well, right? He's incredibly creative in his defense as he is in his attack.
Yeah, and this game slowly heating up. I think the most dramatic kind of theme here is the fact that Magnus has got half the time of Alireza. That's rare in the clashes between these two. Normally Alireza is the time trouble addict, we would say. He normally spends all of his time early and then pays the price.
That implies that he wants to be in time trouble, which I'm not sure. Maybe not his desire, but where he ends up more often than not.
And we don't get to see this. You're absolutely right. I mean, usually Alireza is the one who's down to a minute or two by now, and his opponent has a huge time advantage. It's a complete flip around of 4 extra minutes for Alireza, and the position does look very harmonious for him, you know, with this last move especially targeting that king side. Should we just zoom out of this as Magnus thinks about how to handle Alireza's creative defense?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and take a look at all 5 boards just to get a quick bird's eye view of the board state for each of our players, and maybe select one that we find most interesting to dive into. Looking like we're going over to Noterbeck versus Yavakir Sindarov to see how one of our tournament leaders is continuing to perform. Looks like he's on the back foot here a little bit, David, and also in a bit of a time hole in compared to his opponent.
Yeah, it is a derby game as well. It's 2 players from Uzbekistan, 2 good friends, 2 Olympic gold medalists on the Uzbekistan team, of course. But I just wanted to point this out. I'm not sure how long we'll stay here, but White has a queen. I don't see any black queen on the board. In return, black has 2 rooks, and normally 2 rooks can fight a queen, but clearly the rook's stuck. The white queen very active, and the pressure against the black king on this diagonal looks potentially terminal.
Yeah, incredibly difficult position to play through. Of course, the engine is throwing a question mark behind that most recent bishop move here from Noterbeck, so possibly an opening for Yavakir if he can find the correct response.
When you're playing against a queen and you've got 2 rooks, so much of it depends on the rook activities, trying to get those open lines, trying to get them connected, and that's the biggest problem for Javakir. Now, traditionally, 2 rooks versus queen would actually benefit the players who's playing with the rooks. But development, so behind in that. The kingside problems that David earlier alluded to with the bishops and the knight combining. Yet, I think Javakir, with a minute and a half, it's far from over. He's going to fight this out. A very important game, especially for Noterbeck. Javakir is still looking good at the top, trying to get into the knockouts. But for Noterbeck, the path not so clear. He has to win this one. David, while he figures his way, can we check in with the Hikaru matchup?
Yeah, we'll do that in a moment.
But yeah, one quick point I want to make is that can we ignore that pressure that's coming to her? It seems scary on that diagonal with that knight position. Can we ignore that pressure and in an effort to activate our rook, do something as simple as pushing our a-pawn, threatening the queen in the process and opening an opportunity for a rook lift?
Yeah, I think that would be the best move. It's not so easy to kind of switch focus to the other flank, but gaining time, kicking away the white queen, maybe even pushing that pawn further down the board, acting as counterplay, that would have been best. But okay, great move though, either way from Sindarov. And yeah, let's jump over to another game that you wanted to see there, Tanya. Hikaru Nakamura.
Well, let's jump over to Hikaru versus Fabi, get a quick update on that, and then head back to Magnus versus Alireza, as that's heating up as well, David. The All-American clash, world number 2, world number 3. These 2 players fighting against each other. Fabi at the top of the leaderboard. Hikaru struggling so far in the tournament, and optically, first feeling looking at it is Fabi's got to be doing well here. That queen beautifully placed at the center of the board. That last move, the rook slide that he just did, lining up against the white queen. Do the troubles continue for Hikaru?
It feels like Hikaru agrees, though. He's going to slide that light squared bishop over, threaten that queen, try and force her away from that fantastic central position. And so now Fabiano left with a question, right, of where he's going to move that queen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if he can kind of start the kickback here, Hikaru, then long term he's doing okay. He's got targets. The black pawns on this flank a bit weak.
Mm-hmm.
They can be got at a bit later on in the game. This one very much in the balance. And for Hikaru, of course, the point would be all valuable here. For Fabiano, maybe less so in terms of the standings.
Yeah, my initial inclination is to slide the queen over here, line it up with the rook so that we're targeting this pawn. I guess my concern is that it's too easy to defend for the white player, and so maybe that doesn't achieve enough.
I actually preferred your move there, James.
Oh, really?
He goes another direction. He's actually trying to now just put pressure on a backward pawn. This pawn is backward because it can't really move without being captured. The square in front of it a bit vulnerable potentially. So tying down the white bishop, he's just trying to keep the bishop fixed where it is. Yeah, it feels like a very tense middle game that could go either way.
Yeah, a very, very even game state. So given that, maybe this is our opportunity to hop back over to that Alireza versus Magnus Carlsen game in which Alireza still has a bit of an advantage on the board.
And a huge advantage on the clock.
Yes, very true. Working with 5 minutes to 2 currently. As we dive in, a bit of a question mark thrown there to Magnus's most recent move. But that's just the computer talking.
So the question mark means it's not the best objectively, but who cares about objectivity when you're in the heat of the battle? 4 minutes against 2.
Oof. Oof. And I just noticed that Magnus's knight at the edge of the board, it doesn't have too many squares. And in fact, Alireza at this very moment can step that pawn next to it, one step forward and target it and trap it. But it comes, I think, with a lot of dangers associated. And this is what Magnus wants to provoke in the position. So that now he can strike on the king side, David. And perhaps the reply to this would be exactly as you're pointing out, the f-pawn moving forward, attacking, counter-attacking, and the position immediately blows up. I have no idea who's going to be the happier of the two if this was to happen.
Yeah, Magnus raising his eyebrows. I think he might have missed something here, Tanya. A key point, just to put this on the board. Pushing the pawn forward is definitely his plan. He needs to counterattack before he loses his own knight. But now the white knight jumps forward, and whoops, you cannot save your own knight. For example, pawn takes pawn, trying to bring the knight in, because suddenly your king gets checkmated. Your king would get caught. Whoa! Out of nowhere, out of the blue, the white bishop cuts across this diagonal, closes the cage. Magnus has missed this, you know.
Would have never seen that in a million years.
It's the knight jumps. That's his one Achilles heel in chess.
Oh my goodness, but then if you don't push the f-pawn, your knight on h4 is trapped.
It's gone.
You've got no way home. David, there's got to be a response to that knight jump, a way to actually defend, and Magnus has to find it. Otherwise, Alireza just takes it. He's going to be up an entire piece.
Okay, what this is...
Did you see the shake of his head?
I'm prepared to be quite incorrect here. I'm looking at just sliding my queen this way, basically disallowing that knight to be lost due to the discovered check, or the check that would come as a result of the pawn taking the knight. Is that a possibility, or are we putting our queen as well into a very precarious position?
I quite like it, actually, James. You pin the white pawn. I think the one downside is that the white king will just shuffle into the corner, and the black queen there, once the pin no longer exists. He plays your move, though.
Whoa!
Ooh. Okay, you're qualifying for that. Freestyle champion.
Look, I've also already blundered 12 pieces today with my suggestions, so...
good call, though. And, okay, he's obliged to sacrifice a piece here, Tanya. The one-on-one's a whole knight down.
And down to 30 seconds, and I don't really see an attack as long as that light squared bishop that Magnus has can stay blocked. White's king has to be feeling safe. One thing, watch out. Rook jumping in to that light square next to the knight and lining up with the queen on the H line. You have to stop that attack from happening.
Yeah, you've got to be quick. You've got to be very careful here, Alireza Firouzja. But often when you're on the defensive, when you have a weak king, you want to trade queens.
Wow. How about that?
Best move.
Looks for it.
Super.
Yeah, simplifying the equation, simply getting rid of the danger, and he can use his extra knight later in the game.
So, but if what you just said is true, the inverse should be true, right? Which is that Magnus does not want this queen trade, so looking for an opportunity. Ooh.
He wants to line up. He wants to trade on his terms. He says, my rook will take that spot and then try and target that pawn in front of the white king. I want to just point out an idea of that dark squared bishop sliding one square back and then getting to that pawn that we're talking about. And again, that's something that you have to watch out for. The troubles aren't completely over. Yes, Alireza is winning, but the job isn't done.
No, it's mainly the fact that he has 4 minutes here, Alireza, so he has that leeway. He can now kind of spend 2 of those minutes, invest them, find a way to arrange his pieces, and surely his extra knight will count.
Do you feel like this is a position where Magnus knows that he's at a disadvantage, right, because of that sacrificed knight? So in this situation, as a player, are you looking to, kind of flip the script and go more aggressive in the effort to, to find a way, maybe back to a draw, or are you trying to retreat everything defensively? Now you're trying, protect the king and make it difficult for your opponent to punch through.
I would say the former of those two options, hustle mode. You've got to activate hustle mode, just set 1 or 2 traps here or there. The top players in the world, if you let them come at you, if you curl up into a ball, it very rarely works.
I don't know if the two of you have been seeing Magnus's face. I mean, his despair at the position has been right there. You don't even need to look at the board to understand how he's feeling about it right now. It's going from bad to worse, and it feels like, James, Alireza playing it to perfection right now. You know, he managed to get the queens off the board. He's getting the knight and the bishop closer to the king. He's still up an entire piece. He's still blocked up Magnus's bishop on the left side of the board. How does Magnus get out of this? He keeps shaking his head.
I don't know, because as you say, it feels like he's playing exactly counter to what Magnus needs to do. He wanted to activate that rook on the f-file, brings the bishop up, defends with the knight, essentially a blockaded rook there, so he's not going to get it activated, and he's working with one less piece and trying to mount the assault. Now we have a bishop trade. That's going to be working in favor of Alireza as well.
Don't take that pawn. The checkmate that David highlighted earlier.
No.
Yeah, the white knight jumping in. If the black rook moves, that is simply checkmate. So, yeah, Magnus tied up in knots. He tries to bring the king out. Why not? King of the hill, bring it out into the open and dare your opponent to try and checkmate you. But this is just desperation.
Yeah.
Wow.
So at this point, I'm just thinking we've got a solid build in the middle of the board. It's time to get our rooks more involved to actually deal that killing blow.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know whether he starts by protecting this pawn. Maybe this rook protects this pawn. The other rook occupies the open file, but you can kind of mix and match here. Looks like all roads should lead to the full point.
Is there any, wisdom in terms of making that decision between which rook to bring to an open file? Are there any rules of thumb that a player can largely grasp onto, understanding that there are exceptions to every rule?
Unfortunately, the one thing I've learned in my chess career is that nobody knows the question of which rook. Normally, you just ask your rook, you know, if there's two good spots for them, then, for example, this rook, okay, this one has a job now, fully employed. This one unemployed, it needs to find some work, it needs to occupy the open file. But yeah, the one thing you don't want to do, leave rooks in the corner.
Gotcha.
So as close to the center as possible for both of them. That's the one generalization. And, Magnus, in the meantime, stopping that. He's not making it so easy. He is king of the endgames, Tanya. Do you see any chance of a fight back?
I've seen him escape worse. We all have, David. You know, miracles happen when Magnus Carlsen is playing, but it still feels that Alireza is in control. But look at the way Magnus now activates his rook. He's hitting that knight. Once again, that h2 pawn is always going to be tender once the bishop lines up on that diagonal with the rook. He's trying to get rid of the defender that's also holding on to the bishop in front of the black king right now. Asking questions. Alireza responding. The pawn moves forward. The attack on that h pawn doubles up. It's getting tricky, David.
Yeah, I'm starting to sense a slight switch in momentum here. Not just on the clock, but in terms of the moves. Suddenly there's a pawn up for grabs, a lonely pawn, isolated pawn as we call it. And yeah, Firouzja here suddenly looks a bit tentative, a little hesitant about his play.
I wonder, though, if you wouldn't be so mad about losing that A-pawn just because now the E-file is open for that F-rook to kind of slide over here to the left. What we talked about before is that this rook here was defending this whole file. So now this white rook can slide over, maybe launch an attack, focusing on this square here against the king as a possibility. But, of course, picking up a piece of material. And if you can get that done enough times here in Magnus's position while not enough progress is made on the side of Alireza, then perhaps he will find a way back into this game. But still a lot of work to be done in order to get to that point.
Yeah, a lot of work to be done. Magnus moves his king, and this is going to be a long endgame ahead. Maybe I can just pull us over to the game at the bottom. Between Levon Aronian and Fedoseev. Just a quick update, because Levon Aronian might be on the brink in this tournament. Levon has a lost position against Fedoseev. Here we see it. We see the eval bar that shows it's all black there on the left side of the board. And it's all about the fact that the white king is open. Pawn count also shows that Fedoseev is several pawns ahead. Quick count shows he's 4 pawns to the good. But there is one threat. Rook to check the black king.
Check that. Then it's a free rook there on the other side along the back rank. Yeah. So always a tactic available to him.
Ooh, that's a cool move, Tanya. Just creating some luft, as we call it, some air. Yeah, we're here in Germany. I'll call it luft.
There you go.
The black king.
Call it luft. He defends the knight. He creates the escape square and keeps his dreams of making it to the knockouts alive. If Fedoseev wins this, he goes to 2 points. He gets closer to that 8th spot with 2 rounds remaining. For Levon, the result will be absolutely disastrous. Look at the focus. He knows that, yes, he's winning, but to win a winning position in chess or freestyle chess, you still need to complete. You need to put your finishing touches. Levon, I don't really see a way for him to even put tricks. I mean, how many pawns is that, David? I'm trying to do the math. About $1 million. He
Yeah.
picks up the rook. Is he going to checkmate? Is there a checkmate for black? There's got to be a knockout. Does the bishop and the queen line up?
Yeah, there's so many tempting moves. The bishop and queen can line up. Maybe there's a checkmate on this diagonal. Maybe it's the black pawn stepping forward, again threatening a checkmate, the kiss of death checkmate with the queen coming. Or, I was going to say, the third option.
Grab the bishop.
Keep it simple.
Now picks up a pawn, though, with check. So some more pieces falling off the board.
King is going to step forward. And, yeah, watch out. White has left himself kind of short-staffed here. The white king lacking defenders.
Amazing.
It's scary.
Yeah, the King's Guard completely left the building, and this poor white knight over on the H2 square, right? Just desperately uninvolved in the entire situation.
Great shout. There's always one bad piece in freestyle chess, right? Someone always forgets to activate their knight or bishop, and it comes back to haunt them. But here, it's unfortunate for Levon Aronian. He needs Jaime Lannister, the knight, to ride over to the
There
rest
it
of the
is.
king.
Well, okay. Okay, there the queen infiltrates, the king now trying to escape.
Oh, and Levon resigns.
It's a handshake.
Wow. Fedoseev gets his win in.
Well,
Keeps the dream alive.
We had said it, right? There was to be blood in this game. This wasn't going to be a drawn game because both players understood the precarious position that they were in, standings-wise, and so, you know, that sometimes can be the results of such a matchup, right? Where it looks maybe a bit dominant, but it's because both players had to take some chances at some point in the game to try and open themselves up to a victory. But we're going to take this opportunity perhaps to jump back into that Alireza Firouzja and Magnus Carlsen game just to get a quick update because it is still Alireza looking to pile the pressure on, but hasn't quite found a way to deal that knockout punch just yet.
He's getting closer, though. Just brief update. We saw actually on that bird's eye view, Gukesh and Vincent Keimer, all smiles all around. That was a draw. And here, it's just about that killer blow. Essentially, white needs one more attacker. You've got the bishop attacking, you've got the rook attacking, but in chess, 3 is normally the magic number. You need 3 attackers to hunt down the enemy king. How does he achieve that? Is it the white knight that will join in? Now that he's freed up his pawn, the white knight was tied down defending a pawn on the corner H2 square. Okay, Magnus jumps in, trying to counterattack, hitting the rook, hitting this pawn. Okay, still fighting here, Tanya. And suddenly the clocks are level. That wasn't the case earlier.
Yeah, the clock situation is surprising. I think the board is still completely under control for Alireza. He could also think about just trading, getting rid of that bishop, which has got that double attack going against the rook and the pawn, and find a way to get both his rook towards Magnus's king. The C line is open and the E line is open. I'm expecting him to start getting his rooks to attack. And he does jump in with one of them, targeting the pawn. But now he's given play and the bar shoots down. A huge mistake by Alireza.
What just happened?
He made a blunder. The double question mark appears.
Yeah. Oh, all of a sudden, evaluation bar is even. Magnus has an opening. Of course, he has to find it.
Wow.
Can you just give checks?
You can just give checks here. Alireza's king has nowhere safe to hide. This is really surprising. It looks like you can step up, kind of run away into the center of the board. But as soon as you cross onto the 3rd rank, there will be a bishop exchange. And the black rook, after a bishop exchange, will come down and skewer you.
Wow.
What a miracle by Magnus Carlsen.
Oh, my goodness. Of course, he had to have been given the opportunity. But once that opportunity presents itself, he absolutely snatches for it. And he's found himself new life in this game.
And Alireza, he keeps thinking, but there's no way to run anymore. He's up a piece, but the king's got no defense.
We're going to draw. It's gonna have to be a repetition of moves, yes?
Yeah, miracle save.
Look at him.
Oh, he looks so frustrated on the camera.
So with that understanding, can we actually go back to the position just before that blunder was made?
Yeah, just to show very quickly, in this position, he ran away with his king. First, he needed to be a bit clever. He needed to give a check, and he could have actually ignored any potential attack on his king. It is a handshake in the meantime. Wow.
And Alireza can't believe it. What he missed up against the world #1. So close to getting the win in. Did everything right. And that last mistake. And Magnus Carlsen gets back, and you can see the relief on Magnus and the heartbreak on Alireza.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of impatience trying to get in there and put some pressure onto the king, and left one opening.
Yeah, it was the clock as well. He was ahead on the clock the whole game, Alireza, but he just lost a bit of control. Momentum changed, and yeah, that is chess after all. And you're playing one of the best defenders in history.
Yeah, there is only one game still remaining, so we're going to hop to it now. It's Fabiano Caruana versus Hikaru Nakamura here. And it does look, as we jump into it, that there is an advantage here for Hikaru, looking to pile pressure on to the left-hand side of the board, bringing that knight forward, shoving the bishop back. And both kings very centralized, however. The white king feeling a lot more protected behind those two central pawns than the black king is.
Yeah, essentially black's majority is on the right flank here. It's the 2 versus 1, but those 2 pawns are stuck. They cannot really advance safely. White has a runner, a passed pawn, on this flank and the beautiful center. It's also 4 versus 3 in the pawn count.
So at this point, things I'm thinking about for white in terms of ending the game. I'm looking at, once again, activating our rook that's sitting over there on the h1 square, as well as maybe finding a way to push that knight out of the way in the center of the board, advancing the e-pawn. Or, like you said, just moving everything over to the left-hand side and focusing solely on getting that b-pawn to the promotion square.
Yeah, I think long-term this is going to be the winner, Tanya, the b-pawn. Maybe he's just kind of keeping that ace up his sleeve for later when it really counts.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to find the right time to start pushing it up the board. For Fabi, he has to create counterplay with the pawn majority on the right side, which is why, actually, to your point, James, Hikaru's rook is doing such a beautiful job of stopping that h-pawn from moving forward and creating that counterplay, creating that passer that Fabi could create problems with. So I think the rook's beautifully placed. He lines up the bishop on the diagonal, forcing Fabi to just get out of that x-ray vision. I'm still thinking about the Magnus save there, right? Getting that half a point. How much of a danger would Magnus be in had Alireza converted that one? For Hikaru, what fate awaits in this? I think it's going to be a different one.
Yeah, Hikaru, this is his type of position as well. It was something Levy said yesterday. People just they associate Hikaru with this attacking firebrand style that he had as a teenager, but he's an older competitor now, and he's become much more strategic in his later days.
One of the things that's jumping out to me here is it just feels like this white knight here feels locked in its position, guarding this pawn against this bishop's sightline. So it almost feels difficult to get that piece involved. And I'll go back to the thing you said in just the previous game. If you want to end a game, you need 3 pieces typically to pressure the opponent's king.
Whoa.
I'm left with just a bishop and a rook, which again puts that spotlight on needing to get a pawn across the board.
Speaking of getting a pawn across the board, look at what Hikaru's just done. That last move, the pawn move, could have been captured by 2 of Fabi's pieces. Both would have ended in disaster. Maybe you can, I don't know if you have time to show that tactic, David, but it was a beautiful move.
Quick action replay. We call it invisible chess, invisible moves here. It looks like this square is covered. You can never, ever put anything there. You push a pawn forward. This pawn is stuck. If you take, then you lose control over the black knight, which would have fallen, and taking with the bishop would have lured you forward into a nasty fork. A pawn fork here would have won a piece. So Fabi very wisely rejected this, stepped back, and if we catch up with the current position, the white knight now free to come forward. Now the black bishop has been cut off. So combining all of these ideas, the black knight retreats, and here, big decision for Hikaru. To trade or not to trade? Which pawn to take? There's 2 up for grabs.
That's true. Well, then I want to take the h-pawn, because what we talked about, that feels like my opponent's best opportunity for counterplay, right? I can deal with a centralized pawn that's still sitting on the 7th rank, but it feels like if I want to remove that one winning chance for my opponent, it's target the h-pawn.
100% agree. Hikaru agrees as well, more importantly. You'd be winning Guess the Move today, dear James. Yeah, he's 2 pawns to the good, 4 versus 2 Hikaru Nakamura. It feels like a clean-up job, but maybe the one downside, well, I was about to say, is a pin. The white rook was undefended, so he puts it on a defended square, freeing up the white knight to be able to move now again. And Fabi, head in hands, you can see he senses this might be the beginning of the end.
Yeah. And so while he is safe in the standings largely, he's still not going to be happy to have to drop a full point. But Hikaru, this will do wonders for him, as he was one of the players that started the day kind of right there on the line. And picking up a decisive victory here would do wonders in terms of securing a top 8 finish.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a clutch player, Tanya. He always seems to bring his best when it really matters. Hikaru, Magnus, we saw that as well. They're really digging deep now.
Yeah, they're big stage players, big game players, and they know how to deliver when, you know, on these kind of, with their back against the wall. You really see the best in them come out. And notice how he hasn't yet pushed that passer on the left side of the board, right? The B pawn, which has got its path open. He's waiting for the right time. He's just incrementally putting the pressure. He's dissolved the right side of the board, attacking the G pawn as well, and now offering a trade. Hikaru's playing with so much confidence, like he just knows how to convert this clinically and technically.
Yeah, I've seen him play this type of position thousands of times online, where he gets the long-term advantage. Here it's 2 extra pawns. He's now going to drop his knight back. That knight is attacked. He's going to defend his pawn in the process. But yeah, he just banks it. He pretty much says, I'm going to outmaneuver you long-term. It might take 50 moves, it might take 100 moves. I don't care. I'm going to sit there and grind this one out to victory.
If all the minors are off the board, you trade the bishops and the knight, the king pawn ending is completely winning. So the more pieces that come off, the better it is for Hikaru Nakamura in this position. So he's trying to reroute the knight in a way that he can start offering that exchange and trade to Fabi's knight.
I love this, though. As soon as you see the black king starting to commit to one side of the board, you just start launching the pawn on the other side of the board, right? And you just, it's that tug of war for your opponent of which side do I go to try and defend a seemingly lost position. Time ticking down here for Fabiano. 10 seconds on the clock.
That's a really instructive strategy, by the way. And sometimes they call them the trousers, when you have one pawn running on one side of the board, another pawn on the other side. It's like the 2 trouser legs. And unfortunately, the opponent can only choose one direction to block. So, for example, knight takes pawn is on tap, but the black king will be so far away after a trade. I don't think that race is you don't even contemplate that one. The white pawns would just run.
Yeah. At this point, if we've accepted that h-pawn for white is gone, okay, we're just going to keep pushing the pawn. I was wondering if we go for a check with the knight on g up to f4, but instead just going to keep piling the pressure on towards the promotion.
Well, now he needs an assist to that pawn, right? Because that next square has been guarded by the bishop. So Hikaru has to find a way to get perhaps his own bishop to defend that pawn advance, and I think this king moves forward. And look at this, your strategy one more time. The king steps to the left, and Fabi pushes the pawn to the right.
There it is, but as you say, positioning that bishop now to guard that b6 square that the pawn now wants to move to. At what point does Fabi go for that h-pawn trade?
Yeah, it might be now or never. He actually trades the bishop, and he's going to wander in with his king. I really like that decision, actually, from Fabiano. Really surprising. You don't normally trade pieces, as we said, when you're down pawns, but suddenly the white king's been deflected, the black king, this counterplay.
But you can also deflect the bishop by pushing the e-pawn. Maybe the king advance is going to be extremely slow here, David, but let's not forget, Hikaru's got 2 passes. Well, 3, but 2 that the bishop is overloaded with. Look at him calculating. That's him thinking, logical, push. He's calculating 20 moves ahead.
Push, take.
Takes, yeah.
And
comes back with the king to defend first. Ooh, not that easy now.
I mean, the engine doesn't like this, but to me, this looks like a great move as it defends both the e-pawn and the b-pawn pushing forward.
Yeah, and the black king keeps the other pawn, and the white knight. Knights are great blockaders. Normally, they're the best blockader of pawns in chess, but it means they cannot move, so this white knight is fixed where it is. Hikaru shaking his head.
And there's one plan he has. He can deflect that black king backwards by pushing that third passer, h-pawn, up the board. And he does it. He wants to get his own king closer to Fabi's pawn, grab it, have 2 extra pawns on the board, and win the game.
Great move. He's still shaking his head, Hikaru, but that was a fantastic spot by him. The only way, I think, there to maintain the advantage, and the remaining black pawn dropping, the black king sidelined. But if black's bishop can somehow sacrifice itself for both the white pawns, a knight alone cannot deliver checkmate.
But right now, the good news is both of Hikaru's pawns are on the opposite color. So he needs to time the advance well so that David's idea doesn't happen. That's the one defensive strategy that Fabi's got to be relying on. He does defend the g3 pawn. He's not letting go of it very easily, giving Hikaru's side pawn a free hand to move forward. The knight comes into the game as well.
Well, but now with the bishop positioned where it is, we've kind of unlocked the b-pawn to start advancing once again, right?
It's going to happen.
Yeah, white's pawn will push. The black king, which way is it going to go? Okay, it tries to support its own pawn, so Hikaru can't take his eyes off.
Can't we knight check? Sorry to interrupt, but knight check and just trade the knight off at this point?
Yeah, but giving up the knight for a pawn, the black king and bishop still defend that pawn. A knight sacrifice, the bishop will be able to guard the 2 remaining pawns. Just to show that knight to f5, the black king would have continued to advance. Now he's setting this idea up a bit later.
Okay.
But first of all, he's going to push his pawns as far as they can go, and only then, at the last minute, give up his knight.
He played that last move with 4 seconds on the clock. He comes back with the king. So you could see the stress on him right now, but I think this just keeps everything under control. And then you time that sacrifice well. You push your pawns as much as possible. He goes back, And now he wants to get the king to the other side, right? Closer to the white central pawn. Does Fabi jump in with the knight? Does Hikaru jump in with the knight? Yes, he does. Takes control.
That is beautiful. This knight is the kind of the shield that protects the b pawn. The black king cannot cross over to this side of the board. It has to go the long way around, but it's way too long to get this to get over to stop this pawn now. Surely Hikaru is about to win.
We do still have to find a way to dislodge the bishop, though, from protecting that b8 square, yes?
I think the white knight is coming around to protect the promotion square. The white knight is going to step back, and then it's going to go forward. There we go.
It's happening.
Just in time.
And the only thing you have to watch out for is that once that bishop gives itself up for that pawn, can the black king march itself fast enough towards the only remaining pawn in the position? That's the big trick here.
He's got to try. Fabiano, he needs to somehow eliminate the remaining white pawn in the center before the white king can defend it.
He's going to march up with his own king.
I think that's good. I think my initial thought was to continue on with the line that you were talking about, rerouting the knight over for that promotion square. But that can happen at any time, right? So a moment of patience here from Hikaru to instead take that time, centralize the king a little bit more, and prepare for what follows the trade of that bishop for the promotion.
Exactly. And we've seen that pattern kind of continue. He shows his plan, then he waits till the last moment, then he enacts it, and he kind of keeps Fabiano guessing. Narrows his opponent's options. Now the white knight is going to go forward. There we go. And the black bishop about to lose itself. Fabiano resigns.
Wow. So Hikaru Nakamura will find it in the end. A very intense game between the two of them. Let's listen in real quick.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, welcome back as we conclude the second round of the day there. Of course, Fabiano not going to be happy to have dropped the game, but not too much worse for wear because of the work that he got done on day number 1. And there you can see Magnus as well, head and hands, did escape what could have been disastrous there up against Alireza Firouzja, who looked like he was set to get a decisive victory, and then Magnus snakes away with a draw in the end. Things are heating up here with only a little bit left to go here before we lock in our top 8 and our quarterfinal spots.
Yeah, heartbreak in the meantime for Levon Aronian, who now really is on the brink. Mathematically still possible, but a long shot for him to come back in this tournament.
So as we get the final handshake there from the last game that we viewed, we'll take a little look at the results from this round. Once again, 3 decisive victories with Sindarov, Nakamura, and Fedoseev, very importantly, getting a win there at the bottom of the board. Carlsen, Firouzja drawing, as well as Gukesh and Keimer finding their way to a draw as well. From these results, of course, we can expand back out into the standings and take stock of the field, because with each given round, right, the mathematics is happening in each of those players' heads. What do I need to do to either keep myself safe in quarterfinals position, or what needs to be done to steal one of those spots away from somebody above me? So now just a half a point between Fedoseev and Noderbek, who's sitting at 2.5, the current 8th place holder. As you said, mathematically, Aronian still in it, although a lot is going to have to go his way, and he's going to have to come out with some very sweet victories here in the coming games.
Yeah, it's just do or die now. Levon Aronian, last chance saloon. He needs to win his last 2 and hope other results go his way. But who would have thought that? Abdusattorov losing 2 games in a row, suddenly in danger. Gukesh not safe yet. Still a lot to play for, last 2 games.
Exactly. And so we'll be right back in just a moment to dive into those last 2 games of the day. For now, a short break, but on the other side, we'll meet you right back here.
So I'm here with Javokir Sindarov, who's just come off an almost perfect day here at WEISSENHAUS. Javokir, you seem to love freestyle chess.
Yeah. Today, I think one of my best days, yeah. I was first time playing against Magnus over the board. Yeah, I think I was played very good games, and also draw against Gukesh. I was completely winning, yeah, sure. But the reason was I was start very well. I think first game I was completely draw, and then my opponent, Vincent, was doing it was Vincent want to play for win, but it's okay. It's giving some chances, okay, and I realized it. Sure, and it was give me belief to myself, so that's why I think I was played very good today.
Yeah, I mean 4.5 out of 5, right? That's nearly perfect. Like you said, you nearly won that 5th game as well. But how does it feel being here, all the best players in the world? You said it's nearly one of your best days. Is that in your whole career?
Yeah. Because I was first time playing super tournament, but okay, it doesn't matter. It was freestyle, chess or chess. So I'm playing like players Carlsen, Hikaru, Caruana, so I was really no. At first it was funny, of course, to play against him. I was feeling very good. Just play good chess, and okay, somewhere. Okay, somewhere I got a good position, and okay, why I cannot play against them for win and yeah, sure, I was, but for me it was hard game against Aronian because I think the position I cannot remember which position was very hard to play. Really interesting position, but there are so many ideas, so that's why I was got after the opening I think 3 or 4 minutes against 7, so that's why it was a very hard game. But okay, he do some mistakes in middle game, that's why I won. But other games, I think I was played very perfect. Against Gukish also some traps. Yeah, we found some traps when we was analyzed, and it was helps to me.
Yeah, I mean, do you get nervous playing the best players in the world, or does it inspire you? Because today you seemed very cool, at least on the camera.
Yeah, I was little bit nervous before the start tournament, but okay, my coach and my parents tells to me just relax and play against the top players. It's your first time, so that's why okay, I just feeling good and try to play my best games. Yeah.
And you mentioned your coach. Maybe you could tell us, our viewers, about your coach, or is it a secret?
No, I think every player was now here, but I don't want to tell the camera.
Okay, that's for the behind-the-scenes episode.
Yeah.
But you also qualified for this event through the online qualifier. You came second there, but then you got this opportunity last minute to play. Was that a surprise?
Yeah. In the online qualification, I was played around 20 games and just lose 1 game, and I think I don't know how many games I won, but
in the final, right?
Yeah, but I was playing very well. I was beat in a qualification for WEISS and Prague, then like UNE, and last final match against Fedosev, it was very crazy match, I think, because we are together played very well, but okay, I will start with winning, and second position I have some tricky draw I didn't solve, but he was played very well, and respect him. Okay, after I think 2 weeks. Or no, I think after 3 days after the qualification, I was played Bundesliga against St. Pauli, and then I think we are playing against your team. Then I meet Mr. Jan Henrik Büttner and Mr. Sebastian. They told me just hello. I think what's wrong here? What's wrong here? Just only hello. And after 3 or 2 days, they told me we have free place in WEISSENHAUS, and if you want to play, we're happy to see you. Okay, I was a little bit shocked, and okay,
nice surprise.
and very happy for sure.
Yeah. Nice. Is it cool playing alongside Nodibek here as well? 2 players from Uzbekistan.
Yeah, it's very cool. I think tomorrow I think we will meet each other in the first round.
Okay.
Yeah. It's I was very excited to play here, Nodibek, and also in other top grandmasters.
Yeah, and final question, what are your goals for the rest of the event? You've started strong. Are you going to win?
Yeah, I think tournament just only started, and okay, I think I'm already qualified, but the important thing to play very good in classical chess, because I think it's a very different game in classical or rapid freestyle chess, so that's why I will do some preparation for classical. I don't know, but now I will not think about it.
And I guess now you're, like you said, pretty much already qualified for the knockouts.
Yeah.
How hard are you going to push tomorrow? Are you going to try and get top place so you get the first pick of opponents?
No, doesn't matter. I just want to relax from this game, because I was enjoyed for all of my games here. and yeah, it was. You don't need a prepper, just 4 or 5 hours before the game. Yeah, I'm just relaxed. Yeah, I think I woke up today in 12 and come play in 1 o'clock. Yeah.
Typical chess player.
Yeah, typical chess player. Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Javorkir Sindarov, almost perfect chess today, 4.5 out of 5. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks a lot.
Welcome back, everyone. This is round 8 of the round robin. Only 2 rounds to go. And to draw the position for this round, I would like to invite to the stage Levi Rosman, aka Gotham Chess. Please give him a round of applause.
.477.
Position 477. Thank you very much. Levi, here is the position. The players get 10 minutes as usual. For our spectators, please have fun to the players. Good luck.
Yeah, this is black. I believe I'm black, but I could be wrong. I'm black, right? I assume I'm black.
G4. Probably.
Looks very nice already.
Yeah.
Yeah, G4, knight C6, and
G4, C6.
knight C6.
Knight C6.
Well, G4, C6 is almost like evidence for me, yeah?
Maybe G4, F5, against 7, knight B6.
Yeah. No, but okay, queen.
Feels like it creates a weakness. Yeah, D4 should be fine for black, right?
Or G6 first.
Yeah, or G6.
I guess we'll play C3 or F.
Yeah, D4 looks stupid. Yeah, E4? Okay. Okay, E5 obvious move. What else? Maybe, okay, is this too much? Probably this is too much, right? No, maybe not. There's no way to hit the rook, I guess. Yeah, I was going to go for this thematic idea again. Or maybe G.
G6, queen D7, knight
No, but G6 is
D6,
not important.
queen D4.
We can play something like
Yeah,
C3.
C3.
No, G3 and then maybe now G6. Maybe like this. E5.
But,
Oh, wait. Although actually...
Knight is pretty badly placed.
Yeah, maybe C6.
But he can try to play like E6, H6, Bishop, H7, some kind of setup like that.
Okay, what, we get the center, no?
Yes.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to play G5, but G5 we play H4 or we have some centers?
So D4. C6. Critical.
F4.
GF should be good for white, yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this looks good.
Yeah, G6.
Ah, yeah, this bishop. Yeah, this bishop's bad. Yeah, this is
Don't
bad.
play E6, no? E6, bishop.
Ah, you want to play this one? Ah, you mean E6 like this?
But wait, it's white's
No.
move, yeah?
Oh, sorry, knight C3 takes. Yeah, white's move, sorry.
So, I don't know, G3 or just development, maybe knight B3.
Is that good? My bishop to F6, no?
Yeah, you want to go E6, bishop F6 very fast, yeah. So knight B3, okay.
Probably okay for that. Just
There's a problem, knight C5 though, actually.
C6.
immediately. Okay, so let's say should probably do this.
D4.
Yeah, it could be worse.
Could be worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
F4, D4, G3. That's get better.
Yeah, because you're a little bit slow.
It's like waiting now.
Yeah, I don't. So maybe F5 is just too much. But E4, E5, E4, E5. Yeah, I mean I don't like this either. It doesn't feel right either. I don't know what do you play? It's not that. There's some other.
F5.
I mean F5 feels right.
What's the option to give this B7 pawn? What you said is first move F5.
This is possible. Let's say
But I'm a little bit worried about like G3. A little bit worried.
I don't like D6.
Yeah.
G5, H4.
G5 immediately.
No, but H4 right here.
Ah, no, this is.
But knight B3
maybe we
is
can
still.
sack. No, but knight B3, F6 is. Yeah.
There's a bishop H5 though.
Yeah. So maybe G3 just sack the pawn and go to develop.
No, but what's wrong with H4?
Okay, we have 94, 96.
Ah, 94?
Yeah. Yeah, queen F1 always.
H5.
But
Yeah,
I mean, why black
No,
queen,
this is too much.
queen goes to E7, yeah? So
Why do we take on it? Queen we go queen E7, why do we take?
Directly instead of taking the left.
Okay, let's play E4. Yeah. Ah, okay, 5. I didn't. Maybe 5.
96 G4.
Doing this.
Ah, yeah. Yeah. This is,
But 96, what you're threatening, man.
no, it's just you want to keep this idea to castle maybe later.
But you can take a 96.
Yes. No, mainly it's because you want to keep this idea alive.
Yeah.
That's-
If E4 like
By the way, I
H6
think
or
G6 is also
H5.
not tactically working. Because there's
There's
G7,
G7?
and I don't think it works for black at all.
Yeah, no.
No, it's too much. So, I mean, okay, I like 96, so I like this principle at least.
Okay, F4 maybe.
It's risky.
F4.
Give a lot of time with this knight. I mean, knight of G4, I don't like this. There's so much time.
It's not.
If like H6 before H7, it's stupid, yeah?
E4, H6?
Well, no, but I mean, it's just too
But
much.
this is very convenient for it, right? Knight C3.
Yeah, it's too much. But what's wrong with E5? It's just F4.
F4 is, I mean, also knight D3.
No, this looks terrible. Third bad position today. Okay. E4.
Oh, this
Although,
G6.
although wait, this
No,
is still
G6.
critical. I mean, okay, I take the pawn and then at least
No, but I mean, this is still, it's
But
not,
you're
now
knight
there's
D6, right? You keep losing time to it.
Ah, 96, okay, so. But also white can't castle now, so yeah, maybe this isn't so
Yeah,
bad.
I don't know.
Do it like, okay. I guess I go here, just to keep the diagonal.
Yeah, I just want to. I'm not taking the pawn's
Structure
place.
is bad, man.
It's at 96. How bad is this?
Yeah, so
Yeah, it's at 96.
once we achieve F5,
Yeah, no, this is bad too. Wait, so E4.
I think maybe F5 is bad. Just take rook takes and then try
Just
to
play
castle long.
this. F4.
Castling long is so slow.
Also, bishop.
So if you play E5 then I don't have the stupid knight on B3. I can go with D4, E4, like at the center.
E5?
We cannot play to knight
Queen-
D3
queen
here.
takes?
To G5, H4 or G6. I will play for
Knight
now.
C3?
Yeah.
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think knight D3 was probably.
Also knight B3 is not.
Yeah, knight
Knight C3?
Wait, I don't want to give E5 then.
I don't like knight D3.
You don't like this knight yet.
Okay,
Specifically.
G5 and H4.
I don't trust this. This is knight on D3.
But it's.
But okay, black was also will go I think knight to
We play
D6.
G4, C6 and we sink.
Perfect.
Welcome back in, diving into round 8. Once again, getting that peek into the mind of a bunch of GMs trying to evaluate a chess 960 position. And once again, we see a lot of gravitation towards those cornered queens initially, right? Immediately, everybody looking at opening that diagonal and maybe attacking an undefended pawn on the other side of the board. But I'd say a bit counter to the previous game, Tanya, eventually we saw the players moving off of that idea and starting to approach the game a little bit more in a standard sense, looking for e4 pushes and developing the knights on the other side of the board instead.
And I think the reason for that is because this is such a unique position. If you take a deeper look, why the king, knight, and the rook are actually in a standard chess position here. You know, you've got 3 pieces as you usually start with in that 5-1-8. So concepts from that come into play, principles from that come into play. Yes, usually with the queen in the corner, we've often seen the players think about how do you activate that queen, which is really the most important thing to do in freestyle chess if your queen's in the corner with the move, the g-pawn moving forward. But again, the dynamics given of standard chess, a sort of a combination right now with freestyle, that king-pawn move makes a lot of sense. Your bishop opens up. You've also got the idea of breaking the symmetry with the pawn next to it moving forward if black was to mirror that move. So I think the players who play black today in this next round, we're actually quite worried about the move that you just mentioned, e4, while the ones who were playing white were looking more at the g4 option.
Yeah, so the games are already underway, as you can see up here on the top of your screens. I've got 2 in mind, and I'll let you guys pick between them.
We don't have a single e4, by the way.
We did. In the end, we didn't get a single e4. Incredible. In my head, I'm thinking of the 2 players who are still fighting to get into that top 8 position, and both of them have tremendous opponents. We've got Levon Aronian up against Magnus Carlsen, and then, of course, we have Fedoseev challenging Gukesh as well. And so between those 2, does either one speak to you as the one that you'd like to dive into first? Perhaps we check in with the other in a bit.
Ooh, I think we start with the world #1 Magnus Carlsen.
Alrighty.
And the tail ender, Levon Aronian, because for Levon, losing this game, he's out. He's essentially guaranteed to be in that 9th, 10th playoff. He will not feature in the knockouts beyond that.
And yeah, and so we are diving into that Aronian versus Magnus Carlsen matchup, where we can see that they're already kind of following that initial idea that was at one point moved away from opening up that diagonal for the queen. Of course, black left with the choice of how to respond in defending that b7 pawn. Doing it either with a knight jumping forward or a small pawn push. Opts for the pawn push on c6.
Yeah, and here we see some pawns pushing forward, connect 3 for white's pawns on the king side. So the white queen is open, but Tanya, he's still got lots of other questions to solve. We heard Levon earlier say, yes, but how do I develop? And that's always the key in these next few moves.
It's also what motivation level Magnus is very motivated, but Levon is coming in, right? The chances of a qualification dwindling away and you get to face the world #1. That's really not an easy situation to be in. Notice how Magnus didn't push the g-pawn 2 steps, but pushes it just 1 step, the connect 3 that you were talking about. And I think the reason for that is because he wants to keep the option of bringing the king to safety to the right side of the board. If you over-advance on that flank, on the right flank, that makes it that much more harder. So Magnus keeping his options open with king safety by taking a more cautious approach on the right side.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we'll sort out that board. This board is from the previous round between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. But yeah, maybe let's zoom out for now as we go through the initial stages in this round.
Beautiful finish, though, that one.
It really was a beautiful finish. Hikaru finding it in the end. And so while we get that sorted out, perhaps, again, we can kind of zoom out for a moment and take stock of the tournament as a whole. For the both of you, I'm curious how you feel this tournament so far has played to your expectations. Obviously, Sindarov has been a big talk of the moment, but outside of him, as a delight and surprise, who else would you like to call out as either a top performer or maybe somebody who's still left you wanting for a little bit more here in these last couple games?
Yeah, I think for Magnus, a little bit more. I would say he fought back, survived against Ferrugia in the last round, but yesterday, I mean, losing 3 games, today nearly losing a 4th, it's really uncharacteristic. I've been very impressed by Fabiano Caruana on the other side. Yes, he just lost his last game, but full of energy every single day. I think maybe the biggest surprise, other than Sindarov at the top, is Levon Aronian at the bottom. I thought this would be a huge event for him, super motivated, loves freestyle chess. and loves this format.
Now, how about this move here? The F5 response here from Levon Aronian. To me, it opens up that bishop. I'm kind of eyeing that D5 square, which targets the queen, puts that queen in a very uncomfortable position all of a sudden. So it feels like Magnus would want to get that queen out of the way. I said that. Of course, now the pawn itself would block Black's very own intention on that diagonal.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, White's queen was so trapped. I mean, it would have just been lost if the bishop had come out. So Magnus, he's likely to bring his queen out. Ooh, I was going to say bring his queen out, recapture that pawn. No, he gives a sacrifice. What should we call this? The King's Gambit freestyle version. Gives up his central pawn. That can be defended now. Will Levon Aronian defend his pawn?
And this is something Magnus does pretty often in freestyle chess, where he sacrifices a pawn, gambits it earlier on to get piece activity. You know, get those pieces coming into the game with tempo. And David, to your point, that pawn, it doesn't need to be given anymore. If Black decides to keep it, the pawn adjacent to it, on the next file, the D pawn can move 2 steps forward, really reinforcing the defense on that central square there. But then you lose a lot of tempo, you lose a lot of moves, and your pieces are still on the starting position, the back rank. You create a lot of weaknesses on the dark squares. I don't know if you have the option to just make an arrow for D5 to just...
Not just yet. We're trying to get a fix on the analysis board.
We'll have to imagine and visualize. We've seen a lot of freestyle chess chat, so we've got to get ourselves up there. So D5 here would create a lot of weaknesses in the position. I can imagine Magnus's bishop sliding to the center of the board as well. Playing here for compensation, for initiative, puts Levon in the think.
Yeah, it's a good exercise. Visualization is an important part of getting better at the game, right? Understanding the board, notation, and being able to picture it in your minds. As we know, most of these players could play 12 of us blindfolded or more and beat all of us. That's something I aspire to do one day in my life. But once again, some thinking time here for Levon Aronian. So already down to 6:20 on the clock.
And to me, this signifies a few things. This is Magnus, first of all, freestyling, but Magnus trying to be creative. He knows he's pretty much qualified now, barring a total collapse and results going against him. So Magnus, we can even see it on the camera, he's looking over at other games. He's trying to figure out what's going on other boards. He's pretty relaxed, but Levon very tense, not confident. Levon, in full flow, plays very quickly. He's been thinking for over 4 minutes on the first 3 moves here. And that really shows that the last few results have wrecked his confidence.
Asking you to get inside his mind, though, is it just a consideration of how he wants to defend this pawn, or is it a consideration of whether or not he wants to defend the pawn at all? Any ideas?
Well, I think it's that and him also just fighting. He has to not only play Magnus, he's playing against himself as well, right? Coming out of that loss with Fedorsev, now he's playing Magnus. You know, the motivation level is perhaps not the highest for Lev. He has to keep the fight on, and Magnus immediately within the first 4 moves sacrifices gambits a pawn for attack. That puts you in a difficult situation. He does take a decision to look for piece activity, to get the pieces out, not care about the pawn, which has immediately been grabbed. Notice how Magnus does it at a point when Levon's bishop can't slide to that center square, hitting the queen, now that the knight is out.
Yeah, exactly. And so instead, choosing to finally develop one of his minor pieces off the back rank by sliding the bishop out here to b6. Now the question is, yes, does Magnus want to opt for the trade, but in essence either allowing for another knight to be developed to that square, or even taking with the a7 pawn and opening a file for the rook to get involved into the game as well?
Yeah, and that's a great point here, James. Like, you want to trade on your terms always. You want to make sure you gain a bit of time in the process, or you gain a kind of slight structural kind of benefit in the process. You don't necessarily want to, my arrow's going awry there, but you don't necessarily want to help your opponent develop pieces. Yes, you gain a bit of time to potentially castle the white king. Once that white bishop is gone, you can slide your king across, just jump over the rook. But is this the safer side? Do you help black in the process? Maybe it's just time to ignore it, get the knight out, get the bishop out, do something that benefits you long term.
And while Magnus thinks about how to respond to this trade, David, you know, Magnus looking good on his path to making it to the knockouts for Levon. It looks like the journey practically comes to an end with his last loss. But the one player who's still fighting, who's sort of on that lifeline, is Fedorsev, right? And he's up against the world champion. For Gukesh as well, it's sort of been an up and down tournament, and I think that's the next one that we should go to, as there's a qualification spot on the line for Fedorsev. And Gukesh also not feeling completely safe.
Yeah, let's jump over to that one. Updates as well, because Okay, we'll go to Fedoseev against Gukesh, but one of Fedoseyev's rivals, Abdusattorov, in trouble, might be about to lose a third game in a row.
Oh my
so
goodness.
if Fedoseev gets a result here, if he gets a win, he has totally energized his tournament. He's right back in the mix.
And this looks like such a complex position. I mean, so many more moves made just in this game, right, than the one we came from. And, oh my goodness, this is a hard one for me to evaluate because it feels like with so many pawns targeting other pawns, right? We've got the E pawn threatening the D6 pawn. We've now got, with that F pawn push, tension on the G pawn. These, I think, are some of the hardest positions to evaluate as a newer player because of everything that opens as a result of any one of these takes.
I just want to point out, I think this is the first time that in freestyle chess, White can go castle and we can call it long castle like it's done in standard chess. And it's a pretty valid move here, getting the rook into the game. He first decides to trade. We haven't seen that happen before here.
Yeah, at least here we don't have to go into too much detail. White can castle queenside, White can castle long, put a king in c1, rook jumps over. Fedoseev, though, he doesn't like playing normal moves, conventional chess. Always reaching for the king, though.
If it lands on G, I won't be able to take it.
Now, this feels so natural, though, right? Because with the G file open, we now just kind of want to get our rooks maybe stacked and play along that file.
Yes.
Or one open line.
Love it. And that bishop that's just moved, I think he's also vacated a square for his own rook to challenge that open line, David, if Fedoseev was to arrive on your idea.
Yeah, also a bit of a threat. The knight is defending a pawn in the center. This knight, if it's eliminated, would have been you would have simply dropped a pawn. So first he slides out of the pin, not going G, he's going E. He's sliding towards the center. This goes exactly what I was against what I was talking about earlier, James, with the rooks on open files. There's one very blocked-in rook here. You do not like to see that. But unfortunately, I think needs must there, and he just needed to defend his pawn. Well, this is tense.
It's very tense.
And there's so much on the line in this matchup as well, right? Especially for Fedoseev. And like you said, with Nodirbek. David, you mentioned Nodirbek is almost lost.
Yeah, it looked that way. Maybe it's time to jump.
Yeah.
Is this game
Can we do that?
in the balance?
Yeah, speaking of, we'll jump over there now. We can come back and check in on this one and the progress that Fedoseev has made. But for now, we're going to go to Nodirbek versus Alireza Firouzja. Nodirbek trying his best to stay alive in this one, but very early on, Alireza has found himself a solid advantage.
Yeah, and a quick count on this board shows that it is actually level material. And the first thing that I saw was this white queen. Looks like it's nicely poised, lurking near the black king. Surely there's some attack. But essentially, it feels like maybe these three pieces are just misplaced. Maybe they're clumsy. Later on, they can get attacked. The black pawns can start running for them. And actually, on the other flank, the black queen, the black pawns combined. Maybe there'll be a second queen on the board in the next few moves.
I was going to say, it feels like with that H-pawn, a very solid threat for the black pieces, and then the connected pawns on the F and the G files, they're going to work in concert with the queen to keep pushing the pressure down on his opponent. So kind of playing opposite sides of the board here. Typically, it feels like when this happens, right, it's kind of who can apply the pressure quicker and ultimately, get there one tempo faster to force the other to defend.
Yeah, it's just a race situation.
Yep.
And Nodirbek needs to checkmate before he gets just steamrolled on the other side of the board.
Yeah, you can divide this into two, right? It's sort of like black is trying to queen on the right side, and Nodirbek is trying to get to Alireza's king on the other flank. And he's getting rid of one of the defenders. The knights are playing a role now. Notice how the B pawn can be tender once the queen slides over to B5, threatening, ideas of checkmate. Also pinning that central knight, not allowing it to come into defense. A tricky move by Nodirbek.
So does this trade feel forced knight for knight, or do we have the option of just trying to push that B pawn up to B6 and kick the knight out? And if your opponent goes for that trade onto... different pawn push.
Different pawn push. I like this one more. I think the A7 pawn that did just move, it would have been a bit vulnerable after a knight exchange, so he's getting it onto a safe square. He's also actually forcing the issue because there is a sneaky threat. You don't normally want to push pawns in front of your king, so beware, but there is a sneaky threat to fork the white queen and its knight here. So, yeah, an exchange is very likely of knights. Then he will capture away from the center. He'll open up the black rook. But more importantly, then there will be 4 pawns in front of the black king. That is actually my favorite pawn structure in chess, having 4 pawns. Just even if they're double pawns, they're either perfect fortress for the king to hide behind.
Really? That's news to me. What is the advantage of the fourth pawn as opposed to, let's say, just a 3?
Yeah, I'll just quickly put this on the board to highlight. This can come from many openings in normal chess, but these 4, essentially, even to get to this one, you have to somehow... I don't even know how to get to it.
Right, I can't explain a way to get to it.
It's just the black king hiding behind 4 pawns is just 1 level safer than a wall of 3.
Okay.
Yeah, and it looks like you defend your king completely, and who's going to stop the other 2 pawns on the other side of the board, right? Because g3 is still coming on next. If Alireza is able to stop all attack that Nordebek's managed to create so far, I think it's big trouble on the other side of the board. With all the pieces, the bishop, the 2 knights, and the queen that Nordebek has offside from defending the g-pawn from moving forward.
Yeah, and the more I look at this, the more Nordebek looks at this. It feels like the more we're struggling to come up with a plan for white. If he has to trade knights, the attack fizzles out. You cannot really step back with your queen and target pawns because after a knight exchange, your white queen will actually be lined up on a diagonal. This white queen is just such a kind of misplaced piece right now. It feels like Nordebek's... OK, he retreats to a safe square. I was going to say he's spiraling slightly. Is tilt real here, maybe, Tanya? He's lost 2 games on the bounce.
And he's also on the edge, right, for qualification. A very important game for him because Fedosiev has all the shot of catching up and then just turning the leaderboard around completely. He does sidestep with the threat. Also, look at the clock situation. He's down on the clock, and that's not something we see Nordebek in this kind of a situation. He's usually the one who's putting pressure on his opponent. That queen from a3, it doesn't have too many squares to get towards Alireza's side of camp with all of those squares covered. The one idea that you need to watch out as black is the queen sliding over to c5. Once again, just creating that pin along the 5th rank. And what black has set up against it, forks all across the board, right? The b pawn moving forward could be a defensive resource that you're looking at. But then, is black's king getting weak?
Yeah, that's the big thing for Alireza. If he can ensure his king doesn't get weak, he just wins.
I was going to say, so do we feel defended enough in this position that we can focus back over toward the right-hand side of the board? And it looks like Alireza does believe so with that quick queen slide up onto the h4 square, targeting that rook on f2. The other rook will come over to defend, effectively doubling the rooks as well, which is a nice improvement. But now Alireza will choose to target that e-pawn as well, with his rook now sliding onto a semi-open file.
He also sidesteps the pin, right? So once again, creating that threat of the g-pawn moving forward. Because once you do that, you want to capture it with your own pawn. On that last move, Alireza's rook was on a bad square for that idea. So again, he's really all over Nordebek's back. Every move coming in with a threat.
And the speed with which he replied there, Alireza Firouzja, he just kind of banged out 2 moves instantly. He's like, OK, momentum's on my side. I know that I'm in control. I'm just totally dominant here. OK, watch out. You've got to keep your castle safe here. The white queen is trying to sneak in behind enemy lines.
Yes, but we did get that lovely 4-pawn defensive structure in front of the king that we were talking about, while simultaneously opening up that rook on the d-file as well a little bit. In terms of defending against that a7 move by the queen, is it just something as simple as sliding the king over to defend the square himself?
Yeah, and often in normal chess, and here castling was pretty much like normal chess, if you castle long, you just need to take 1 extra move. OK, he doesn't go for that, but you need 1 extra move to get closer to the corner. The corner is where you cuddle up nice and safe. He actually gives me the opportunity to mention that this is rare in any form of chess, a whole file occupied like this.
That's a great point.
The C-stack.
Traffic jam.
Traffic jam. First, he attacks the white rook. I think later, James, as you mentioned, he's almost guaranteed at some point when he gets time, he'll shuffle his king.
Yeah. Playing with the threat, right? Just forcing, saying, you're going to have to deal with this threat first, so my king is at least safe for 1 more move in the interim, and then eventually I'll have to respond to that eventual queen threat. Feels like a pretty natural move to just slide the rook up 1 square. Mm-hmm. But then, of course, pawn takes pawn, and all of a sudden, things are looking real sketchy.
Yeah, it's maybe a capture for white first. Like you say, maybe the rook's going to move across or up. But first, just eliminating one of the targets. This is a weak pawn on h2. You might as well trade it off. And then think. The one downside is, after a trade of pawns, the black knight does get access to a new square. The f4 square would be vacated. So that comes with some consequences. He's looking 3 or 4 moves into the future here now, Nordebek. But the clock is not his friend. The clock is ticking down ominously fast.
Okay, follow me on this. Trades, Oops, I don't know how that arrow went that way. Let's start over. Trades, trades. Rook slides down. Trades, trades, trades. Trades with check.
Yeah, let's put it on the board just because I'm thinking.
All right, I'll let you do that.
Yeah, so a trade of pawns I think is the most logical now, and the white rook has to decide where to go. Maybe the safest option is this move, but it's passive and it's not what he wants. If he goes to the top of the board, a set of trades would end in a check against the black king, like you said. White.
Well, that's bad for white though.
Yeah, but maybe the downside is the black pawn actually comes and attacks this rook first. You don't even have time to take this rook because of an intermediate move here.
Okay.
And this would have been disastrous. So actually, you were right on the first couple of moves there, but he does choose the safer of the two.
No, it's instructive though, because I think again it's very easy to get locked into when you're the most recent threat, right? And so I think a lot of times, at least at my level, as soon as somebody throws a rook to the other side of the board, I'm thinking about how to deal with that, as opposed to maybe saying, I don't need to deal with that right now. I can continue to push that pressure, as you mentioned, with an extra pawn push that changes the entire makeup of the game.
Yeah, and very natural attempt there for white. I think that's the first move he looked at Abdusattorov before ruling it out, because he realised he needs to just keep this pawn under lock and key. But I mean, that's a glimpse into the players' minds. They kind of scan these moves quickly, they break it down, and yeah, Abdusattorov here on the defence, Tanya.
He is, but now for Alireza, does he take a moment to go on the defense himself and stop the idea, the only counterplay that Nordebek has on that left side by entering with the queen? Or will he just go all out? Will he start targeting that rook, which is blocking the g-pawn immediately? You know, there are ideas of moving the knight forward. You could also think about rerouting that bishop, trying to get to the light squares, David, and securing the two rooks along the diagonal. But the big question, does Alireza have enough time, or will he take a pause? It's so stylistic. And David, the player that I am, I would play king b8 in 1 second. Don't allow that queen inside. But Alireza, you know, he plays god-level chess. I think he might go for something different.
What about a similar idea with the bishop, but instead just executing it with the queen? Does the queen not have permission to just slide down to h3, skewer the rooks?
Yeah, a good idea as well. Right now, I mean, this is definitely, if the king were already on this square, then this is definitely an idea for black. I think right now the only problem would be if you slide your queen down, the white bishop could have come up with a check, hitting the queen and hitting the king. So he does go for the safe option, but watch out. I think you'll move on the cards in the near future. First, he's going hunting. He's definitely trying some kind of swindle here, Tanya. I don't really see what it is, but he's trying something.
This is classic Nordebek play, right? He's trying to set up something, and the queen and knight combination in chess for an attack is the scariest and the most dangerous. And that's what Nordebek has set up. But David, it's not very easy to get the queen on the line that actually threatens a checkmate on the tender b7 spot. You know, all the squares on the b file, b6, b5, b4, b3, if we just highlight those, are actually covered by black. How are you creating chances, or is Nordebek going to swindle with some crazy sacrifice on one of the pawns?
Yeah, it could be a sacrifice just to blow open the Black King's protection here. And this game, very dramatic. It's also dramatic on another board. I wonder, Magnus Carlsen might be about to defeat Levon Aronian. That might be the last chance for Levon Aronian disappearing.
Yeah, it could be the killing blow here for Magnus over Levon in his tournament chances. So we'll flip to that board real quick as we see a very precariously placed black king there under threat of a white queen as well. And it looks like we're just trying to maneuver a couple more of those pieces to aid in the attack.
And Magnus has an extra piece, if I'm doing my math right now. So you're not only going for the king, but you're up material as well. Levon down to 20 seconds. I don't see him saving this ever. The rook joins the party. It will be over. The knight does fall back to defend against the idea, David, that you were highlighting. Levon keeps the game going, but I don't believe it will be for much longer.
Yeah, I mean, there is a pawn hanging as well on this square now. There's two pieces ganged up against it. Levon, just his body language. We don't even need a body language expert. I think that picture tells 1,000 words. And yeah, unfortunately for him, he will not be getting into the quarterfinals with this defeat. That will end his chances. Magnus has been ruthless. Like you said, Tanya, he won a piece just a few moves ago, and he's not happy to back down. He's just going for the black king anyway.
And Magnus has been ruthless all day today. Sorry, James. Just that, you know, this happened last time at the Go Chess Challenge as well. He starts incredibly slow. Feels like, hey, what are you doing? What happened to the world number one? Gets that hot streak and goes on to win the whole tournament. When Magnus finds his form, the others can't be too happy about that.
Yeah. Feels like he's just giving others a chance, like lulling them into a false sense of security.
Levon makes that move with 4 seconds on the clock, but weakening his king side even. Well, king side, I say that because the king is on that side of the board, but even further. The only thing Levon's hoping for is if Magnus grabs that pawn, could that potentially give him chances to chase the queen? I don't see it. He resigns.
Wow.
End of the road for Levon Aronian.
And another big victory here for Magnus Carlsen, the very person that you had said you wanted to see just a little bit more out of. And it looks like here in the second to last round, the penultimate round, he'll get another point on the board for Levon Aronian, though still sitting on that 1 point. Unfortunately means that he does not have the opportunity to dive up into that top 8, as the current line is 2.5 points and only 1 game remaining. From here, I think it's wise for us then to zoom back out to all 5 of the boards, take stock of the entire field while we figure out where we want to go next, because plenty of action still across the remaining boards.
I will point out, bottom left, we've got the 2 tournament leaders facing each other, but I think both of them have secured their spot into the knockout, so we haven't been taking a deeper look at that. It looks like the game is in balance. David, what catches your attention here?
Ooh, I think we should check in maybe on Vladimir Fedoseev and Gukesh, just because that game looks wild. Fedoseev, of course, fighting for his life. Gukesh not entirely safe just yet. This one could have a huge impact on the standings. Gukesh just needs a result.
A good result.
A good result.
They both do, right? I mean, for Vladimir Fedoseev, he's half a point out right now of 8th, and that's still before Noterbeck's game completely ends, although right now that game is going the way that Fedoseev needs it to go, and that's, again, something to consider. It's not just your own performance, it's the performance of the others that you're trying to climb over on that ladder.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the positions, and look at the speed with which Fedoseev is shaking, and that just shows the kind of tension the players are feeling. The position, it's balanced material right now, right? 5 pawns apiece. But that last move that's just happened on the board, I see 3 of White's pieces attacking that knight. The question mark that appears. Can Fedoseev win a pawn in this position? And he's going for it.
Yeah, he can. And the question was, do you take with your knight? Do you take with your bishop? I actually would have kept the white knight on the board. It was sitting on a nice square, because now the black pawn is ready to run in the near future. So he's up a pawn, Fedoseev, but not one-way traffic yet.
That's true. He does lose the blockade. Does feel like he was saving this white squared bishop, though, to defend the pawn that just got threatened by the rook, which he otherwise would have struggled to do.
Also want to point out, with the kings not feeling completely safe, right? It feels as if Gukesh still relatively better in that situation, but with the B line open, the rook, the way it's been placed for black, can at any moment arrive on that B6 square, which would be big problems. Also putting pressure on that far advanced E-pawn that Fedoseev has. It definitely feels like compensation.
I have an idea. What if we slide our white squared bishop back, the one I just said was defending this pawn, offering it up to slide in, while targeting that pawn in front of the king, effectively opening an attack on the black queen at the same time. Black queen will slide out of the way before that can happen.
You've got moves.
We've got moves, and James, just a little nugget for you. Okay, he actually pushes a pawn. I just checked with the computer. The best move was your move. So you should have stopped this pawn advancing. And it's not just, I'm not just throwing that in there. It was important, because now the black pawn is going to be a real thorn in the white side. It's going to be 1 square away from touchdown, from promotion, and it's going to sit there for pretty much the rest of the game. And suddenly this white bishop, it's just not really participating. If the play switches to the other flank where the kings are, this white bishop is offside.
It's completely turned around, right? Now all of black, and that idea, rook b6, it's being threatened right now. The king and the queen lined up. You have to be super careful right now with white.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like you could tell that Gukesh smelled blood in the water with those last couple moves. The speed in which he was able to blitz these out feels like he has a very solid idea of where his attacks and advantages lie.
I mean, he should have just played that move you mentioned, James, because with the white bishop sitting back here, the black pawn would have been back, the black queen would have been trapped on one flank, unable to switch over. Suddenly the black queen has kind of dived in. It might even go pawn hunting in the near future. Once this pawn goes, the black rook will slide. Tanya, massive turnaround, the world champion in command, and that's bad news for Fedoseev.
For his qualifying chances, 100%. Noterbeck has got to be feeling relieved seeing this position. David, that f-pawn will not stop there. It can move 1 step forward as well, taking away some key squares from the white rooks in the position. The other black rook can join the attack by moving forward. This looks like a one-way party, and despite being down a pawn, Gukesh is the one who's having all the fun.
Wow, what a turnaround. We jumped in with Fedoseev up a clean pawn. We thought maybe a small advantage for him, but, I mean, rooks, what rooks, Tanya? These rooks are totally immobilized. Paralyzed, cannot move at all.
And oh, how things can turn on a dime in chess in general, but even more so here in freestyle chess, where the players are more unfamiliar with the positions. But that's where they rely on instinct and calculation, and Gukesh near second to none.
Struggling to find moves for Fedoseev. He improves the position of the queen, but this is inviting the other rook into the party. You just move that rook forward, hit the queen that's just gone ahead, and again, forcing it to retreat.
Yeah, it almost looks like checkmate. As soon as the black rooks land any check, the white king is so bare, lacking any real shelter, any piece protection. That could just be decisive. He switches attention, he brings his rook across. Watch out, there could be some sacrifices to lure the white king out into the open on this square. Oh, Fedoseev panicky now, under 1 minute, drops his queen back.
But this gives him a chance, right? Because he offers a queen trade and also targets that extremely strong and important pawn that Gukesh has. He has to keep the queens on the board. He's going for the attack with the white king completely exposed. He doesn't care about the pawn. He wants to win Fedoseev's king. How do you do that? Is there a knockout move here?
Oh, okay, that's surprising. Very strange to give up that pawn, because now he needs to deliver checkmate, Gukesh. He's down a couple of pawns himself. I mean, I think he's going to deliver checkmate.
I don't see it, though, David.
Oh, he's coming in, though.
He's coming in.
Unfortunately, it's going to really... I mean, I guess he still needs to get that rook on the d file involved, right? Slide it over to c.
It's a checkmate and one being threatened. You've got to create a luft.
Yeah, the air here is nice in Germany. You need some air for the white king, though, more importantly. He needs to move the queen, then? He needs to get the queen, I'm not sure where, out the way. But the white king needs to use the square it sits on to run. That is scary, though. You're running out into the open.
With all the majors on the board, that is terrifying. He does create a square for the king to run to keep the queen close to that white king. And now Gukesh can pick up that a-pawn with a check. First, you invite the white king forward, and then win the pawn back.
Yeah, and then you win a pawn, you check that white king. There's a lot of tempting options, though. You can move your rook across to try and get this pawn. You can push your pawn down, attack the queen. The wealth of options might be the one thing that trips up Gukesh right now. It's kind of where you don't want too many moves to have to calculate. You need to just trust your instincts and play by hand.
I feel like this is a position that many players find themselves in, right? Where they feel, they can sense that they've got the opponent's king on the ropes, but finding that final move, finding the piece synergy in order to deal, or to deliver the checkmate can be really, really difficult. And so in this kind of a situation, what exactly are you looking at to coordinate those pieces? Is it finding a specific synergy of pieces, or how are you evaluating where it is that you're going to actually deliver that killing blow?
Yeah, I think it's big mistake there, apparently, by Fedoseev, and that is because Gukesh can jump in with his rook. He doesn't. He shifts the king. James, to answer your point, you identified the weak spot. I think here it was the white pawn that just moved off the c point, and then you coordinate the rest of your pieces. You need both rooks, you need your queen and bishop all attacking.
What is that move that Fedoseev has just played? He's moved the pawn in front of the king, the only guiding force. He's lost that. This is insane. The king is completely in the open now. You can trade, open the rook's line. If this is not checkmate, then what is David?
What a move there from Fedoseev. He always plays the most surprising move in the position, always shocks his opponents. There is a pin on the 5th rank. He wants to use his rook along the 2nd rank to defend. But as you say, Tanya, this just looks so counterproductive, almost suicidal, I'm going to say. Just opening up your king like this. Again, don't try it at home, guys and gals.
And this was his idea. He wanted to get the rook closer, bring a bridge, build a bridge. If the queen ever gave a check, the king slides to the right side and runs for safety across the board. Gukesh down to 15 seconds. Can he find a killer move here?
Okay, slides the queen out of that pin so that he has permission now to trade for those pawns. But of course, the king is already on the run.
Born to run, that king. Steps into the safest spot might actually be in Black's camp. Just run the whole way. Black has no pieces on that side. But the problem is his house is burning in the meantime. Look at this, a double pin now. This pawn caught in the crossfire. This looks so scary. Fedoseev, I mean, he does thrive in these imbalanced positions, though. The one problem for Fedoseev is the black king. Look how safe it is, tucked up in the corner, tucked up in bed there. Nice and safe. Gukesh should be taking this game, taking this point. Okay.
Whoa.
Jumps. Oh, indecision from Gukesh. It looked like he was about to move his queen in. Then he took his hand back. Didn't press the clock, so he has to move his queen.
Changing his mind. Now, does he move it to the same square? He moves it to the same square, but it's been given a question mark. A mistake, an inaccuracy here.
Oh, and Fedoseev finds the move.
Oh, he finds the best move. Now there's tension between the rooks. And most importantly, this white bishop, which was doing nothing the whole game, does defend this rook. There might be a counterattack. If the black rook is traded off, the black king could be vulnerable to checks.
How on earth is the white king safe in the middle of the board? This is gutsy play by Fedoseev, Big Fish as he's known as Gukesh's pieces, they go off the board. It feels like the attack is losing the power.
Yeah, both players in a time scramble now, 5 seconds on the clock, and we're lucky to be joined by none other than Jan-Henrik Buettner in one of the most exciting moments of the tournament here. Fedoseev playing for his quarterfinal life.
Absolutely, he has to win. It's amazing. It's like so much tension, and I was just doing a little tour with some other people, so I saw Magnus' game is over. Did he win?
Magnus won.
Magnus took the victory over Levon, so unfortunately Levon.
Oh, so but I love all these guys. You know, I'm just like I don't want to miss anybody.
You said it on stage during the players' meeting on that inaugural day. It is tough to look at this field of 10 players and imagine that 2 of them won't be with us beyond the quarterfinals and playing for that 9th place position. But
well, Levon is going to stay, so we're going to have a nice week together. So we're going to have some chilling fun.
And such is sport, right? At the end of the day, there are winners and there are losers, and the players have left it all out on the boards. And this one, how have we found ourselves into an equivalent position through all of that?
Wow, the dust has settled, the rooks disappeared from the board, there were a couple of checks along the way, but the white king finally safe, back on the square, it started the whole game. And yeah, this one should now be a draw. There should be a flurry of checks, a repetition of checks. And good result for Gukesh, I'm going to say.
But not so much for Fedoseev, who really needed a win to make it into the knockouts. He can't be happy, and he got his chances in this one.
Not so bad for Fedoseev. Given that he was on the ropes in this one, to escape with at least half a point moves him up to that 2.5 mark that he needs in order to tie, right? And so, or at least where Noterbeck was positioned coming into the round. So he's still within striking distance, and I think that's the most important thing, giving yourself just a little bit of room there in that final round where you can still make something happen.
Yeah, he's staying alive. Most importantly, Fedoseev did beat Aronian, so his direct rival. And the other results may be going his way. Abdusattorov in trouble, might be about to lose for a 3rd time in a row. And wow, I was going to say, Fedoseev, why isn't he retreating his king, defending his bishop, running away from that check?
He's playing for the win.
Is he playing for a win here? Crazy from Fedoseev.
It has to be it, right? He's just giving up his bishop. He believes that the queen can check and eventually win that black bishop, which, as we see, is being played out. So material balance restored, and now it's a race. With the 1 pawn on one side, and for Fedoseev, it's on the right side. Who wins the race?
Gukesh has a head start in the race, though. The black pawn nearer promotion, nearer the touchdown there, than the white pawn. Corner pawns are hard to run with, hard to push. Really surprising to me that Fedoseev was the one to keep this game going.
Now, I don't know about you, Jan-Henrik, but these are usually the puzzles that I hate the most, when there's only a couple pawns left on the board and I'm deciding when do I start launching those pawns to try and get the promotion through.
Ooh, watch out. If you're not careful, black might be able to come back, trade off queens, and because black is ahead in the race, that would have been winning. But, OK, white pawn starts pushing. No time anymore.
Do you think Gukesh is just going to give checks, bail out in this position, and be happy with the draw? Try and secure his spot into the knockouts?
I don't know. It depends on their heart rates. I want to see their heart rates right now.
Jan, where are the heart rate monitors this year?
Yes, I was asking too, and they said we started only at the quarterfinals. So you know, another thing, we can change it. It's like also like while I'm here talking to the audience, we are here for you. So if you want this or that, just I'm sure you're gonna get a lot of requests from the chat. And so you know, I follow these. You know, we made this change. Maybe the audience has noticed that we are going more towards consumers. You know, no more R2D2 talk. You know.
Yeah. I think that's one of the beauties about this entire endeavor, right? Is the willingness and the flexibility of everybody on the project to make changes day over day and deliver what everybody at home wants to see.
Exactly. So I think we should have the heart rate monitors also next tournament, like also round robin. Yeah.
I remember last time it was Fabi with 160 and Magnus keeping a very, very stable 70, 75 in crazy positions. So definitely gives us the insight. James?
I've got to interject because while this one does look in a drawish position, we should take maybe a quick look over at Noterbeck and Ali Reza. A moment ago, a big advantage for white that seems to have just been equalized as well. So a lot of action happening on this board, David.
Yeah, and we jump in with this game. Suddenly, Abdusasharov has an extra knight, cannot lose. There might actually be a draw in the air because there will be some checks against the white king, but Noterbeck was winning one move ago. If he'd won, he would have pretty much banked his spot in the quarterfinals. Suddenly, we see Firouzja angry on the camera there, really frustrated. But for Noterbeck, he doesn't realize it. He could have been safe.
Yeah, while he's thinking about this next move, maybe we jump back and just show that winning position that we missed by a couple seconds.
Yeah, it was just a few moves back, and here, instead of checking with his rook, giving up his rook for the black knight, he would have won this game by giving a check with the queen instead. If the black king had moved, this would have simply ended in a checkmate. The white rook coming up the board in the near future. First, let's go back. It's a draw. Wow. Both sides have had missed opportunities there. This was ending in a perpetual check against the white king.
And both Alireza and Noterbeck not looking happy with the end of that. Alireza had his chances at the start. Noterbeck always so tricky as he does, turned it around and eventually a peaceful result, but the game anything but. Jan, it's been so awesome to watch the star cast that you've assembled here in WEISSENHAUS. You know, you've got the current world champion Gukesh, you've got Magnus Carlsen, multiple-time world champion, you've got the Fischer random world champion Hikaru here. How does it feel for you to have all these greats, and then you've also got the biggest streamers?
Exactly, I'm in shock and awe. You know, basically all of our dreams have come true. All of you guys are here, and it's when I just saw that all of these players fight for survival in this round, and it's like, yeah, next player is like they're all there's no player against this player have a chance, or this player have a better chance, whatever. It's really every game is like insane, and so I'm really, because I'm very close to Levon, I'm really sorry that he didn't make it, because you know, we had such a great time also last night at the dinner. So yeah, but no, it feels like unreal, sort of, so, because you just look at the World Championship, not the World Championship, at the result of the world ranking, basically, and everybody's here.
All the top guys.
Like, yeah, and then also the streamers, like everybody loves it. Like you had Levi here, he's streaming, and so
you can't walk more than 5 feet without bumping into chess royalty somewhere in this entire.
But it's also, it's so close. We kept it even closer to, you know, we didn't allow any external spectators. You know, very limited press, so that it feels more like a family atmosphere. Everybody is very open, very easy, and so and now with this professional setup, I mean, you have experienced it last year, you didn't, but now the step up with all of the cabins, with this studio and the other studios, like just walking by these studios, like, this is Chess Base India, and this is Anna Crumling, and this is the Voter Sisters. It's like, wow, this is like, and it's always so funny because I have these ideas always in my mind right from the beginning. So I had this vision, right? But, you know, like Einstein said, vision without execution is hallucination, right? And I'm far from hallucinating. But, so it is really, it's and it's this greatest studio. It's like, it's wonderful. It's like I see from the audience, you always see like this direction, right? So maybe we should position the camera also that the audience also can see like the castle and so on.
I was about to say, we're going to have to find a way to give people more of that behind-the-scenes look at the operation that's running here, because, you're just getting a specific studio look for us here. I'm receiving word the results from this round already, so let's just check in with them real quick. As it is, these players now staring down one final round, but here we have 2 decisive games with Nakamura and Carlsen picking up their victories, and then draws across the other 3 matchups. So Fedoseev coming away with half a point. Abdusasharov still keeping his slight advantage in that 8th place position, but we can also get an update on the standings overall, as there is just one game that separates each of these players from a top 8 finish and a quarterfinal bid, and it's really all eyes on Fedoseev, Noterbeck, and even Gukesh, because if Gukesh and Keimer at 3.5 are to drop a full point, drop their next game, and Fedoseev manages to win it, Now we end up in 3.5 tied positions, which can make for a very, very interesting end of the day.
And interestingly, Levon Aronian, despite the fact he will not be fighting for the quarterfinals places, he will have a say. He could play spoiler in the last round. He plays Nodibek Abdusattorov.
Wow.
Pressure's off Levon. Maybe he'll suddenly show his best now.
And for Gukesh, who's still in danger zone, guess who he plays? He's playing against world number 1. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Gukesh for the first time since Gukesh became world champion.
Wow.
We get that matchup. It's happening next.
I mean, we kicked the tournament off with Magnus versus Hikaru, and we're going to close the round robin with Gukesh versus Magnus, and you couldn't have asked for anything better for our inaugural tournament of 2025.
And James, no opening preparation, chess from the start.
Chess from the start. It's pure chess. That's what Magnus has on the record saying many, many times before, right? And in a lot of ways, I do feel like it's such a great equalizer. If anything, the evidence of that has been Sindarov in this tournament. To think that we almost didn't have him here taking the shoes of Vishy Anand, a 5-time world champion, and he has come in and just made absolute waves.
Yeah, for me it was like when everything is a first for us right now. We had this first qualification, online qualification tournament. Of course, I watched it online, and I know that Daniel was moderating it, and I saw the final game, this Armageddon between Fedoseev and Sindarov, and it was such an incredible game. And you see, like, Sindarov was winning the game, but he was losing on time, and like there was all this game going on. And I was like, I think we should have had them both, right? And then there was the news that Anand didn't want to play, so I said, okay, it's great. We've got to have them both. But I even texted to Daniel, said, hold on for an announcement. And then we made into the decision, no, let's not spoil everything. Let's do it later. Then a few days later, we were at St. Pauli. Magnus plays for St. Pauli and the Bundesliga. And so we were there. And then also, David, you were also there. And then Sindar was just playing for Düsseldorf, right? So, and I haven't met him yet before. So I was just saying like this. You're going to hear from me. He didn't know what it was about. And he also told me, like, after when I then finally texted him that he's invited, like a few days later, he said, yeah, it's good that you didn't tell me in Hamburg. I would have been so nervous, And so I was like, so he's really the last one in, right? And then so he's just shooting up to the top, and he's now the single leader. He only has one draw. And I heard even this game he could have won, right? It was against, who was it that he did?
He's had chances everywhere. In this one, he took on Caruana,
yeah.
The other leader.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's really amazing. So yeah, and he's of course yesterday also at dinner he was through already, so he was very excited and so on. And anyway, also Sebastian and I, we were basically betting that it's like it's not going to be the 2 qualificants who are out of the game. So unfortunately, we'll see. Still with the Fedoseev, we'll see what's going to happen.
Yeah, anything can happen here in this final round. Yeah. I mean, again, the players are probably undoubtedly feeling the pressure, and rightly so. But it sounds like with that, the lottery for the final position, the 9th and final position of our group stage is just about set. So one more time, we dive into the player hall to see where we start.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
You're doing such a great job. It's like insane. It's like day and night,
Improvements.
Yeah. It's just, it's perfect. It's like it's like because, from our brains, the non-professional chess brains.
Robin Rapid. You can see the standings here behind me. So unfortunately, one player is eliminated already, but places 6 to 9 are all still in the running. So if you're not sure after your games whether you have to play a tiebreak, remember, everyone who is tied for 8th place will be playing a playoff. So don't go away, please, if you're a player and you're not sure if you have to play a playoff or not. As for the draw for tomorrow, that will be done tonight at dinner before dessert. So for now, it's time to call on the stage the last guest of the day. Please welcome Anna Kramling.
931.
Thank you very much. And now you can leave the ball over there. Thank you so much. This is the last position. The players will have 10 minutes now. To the players, good luck. And to the spectators, enjoy.
You're mathematically through, right?
Is there what's that?
You're mathematically through?
Yeah,
Okay.
four.
Go ahead.
No weakness, 2 diagonals.
By the way, in the last game I realized that E4, H5 was very interesting. Just put the pawn in H4.
Ah, to dominate the
Yeah,
queen.
I just thought I would have played it over the board.
Nice. So it's not a question of whether you want to play B3. The first question, do you want to play dominate? I mean, do you want the game to dominate bishops at the start or not?
Also tempted to play E4. Just like if allowing E5 after like D5 or F5, or like F5 E5 is pretty
Yeah,
bad.
both diagonal. Yeah, one diagonal closes. Is good.
Doesn't like kind of get the center here. Like
So
E5 also B3 is tempting.
B3
or just F4, no?
But the next move maybe because
Yeah.
G6 is not good, right? F4.
F4.
Okay, maybe it's not bad D6, but at least it looks passive.
But you're threatening to take, yeah?
Any other move? F4, right?
B6.
Okay, if I try to break it with knight G5, F6. We have to F6, what do you think?
Knight F3, no?
Yeah. Which one?
G. G5. Yeah, F6.
G5, knight D4.
Huh.
Knight G7.
Knight G7.
Knight G7. Maybe it's queen D2. Okay.
Yeah, I mean D5 is kind of
Yeah.
D4.
Which is better?
Yeah.
Why should be better after D4?
That's what F4 could be, because you're left with this backwards up pawn, maybe.
And if E5 here, F4, yeah? Or B3?
Yeah,
no.
But B3, I think maybe G5, then it gets kind of stale.
Ah, so E5, F4.
Yeah.
You like G2?
It's still knight F3. No.
G3, I
Nah. Yeah, probably just maybe B6. Yeah.
You play the ball guy, yeah?
Knight H3, maybe?
Yeah, we have problem with this knight.
Yeah, G5.
Yeah.
There's
No.
I don't like this.
Yeah.
So maybe E4, E5?
Yeah, E5. Yeah. F4, yeah.
F4 D5 a bit much. Yeah, just F8.
F4 might be 9. Knight F6 is not working.
You cannot play in D5, E5, C5, something like this. French.
B4?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the king looks way too exposed now.
So if you go G6, then what happens? Play F4 or?
Yeah.
If you try C5?
So maybe E5? E5? E5, F5, bishop F5, D4 is impossible because of queen H6.
But knight F3, then...
Knight F3, bishop G7, can do it.
It's not a big.
It's, yeah.
But yeah, B3 we are also in the pin, yeah? if you want this, we could also start e5 and go ef.
Yeah, but isn't the queen kind of nice enough?
take
for
No,
it?
no,
97.
we can go bishop g7 at some point, and then he's also kind of stuck with b5.
What
I
other
think
options?
it's, I don't like this.
I mean, there's b6, yeah?
Yeah, b6, why not
Yes.
b6?
And maybe e5 right can play.
No, nobody will play e5.
Yeah, but e5 is d6, no?
Or
f6.
g3, yeah, probably.
Yes.
Now we can play f5, I think, yeah.
Black is better.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very nice.
So e5 will play f6.
Yeah, e5, f6. Yeah, okay.
Other first moves for white?
Maybe something like this.
Yeah, but even
f5, yes.
f5, yeah.
5 now, okay. I cannot play e5 here.
At least we got a great version of
Yeah.
all this g5.
g5. Yeah.
Yeah, and then e6, knight e7.
Now this queen e2 is horrible.
Yeah, yeah, queen on e2.
e46. Also plays.
So g3 will sometimes be copy, or
What we will do is they play b2.
If e46 is not working, then
e4,
after
knight
b3
one.
d4?
play f5.
Maybe too much or not?
Okay,
I think probably f4 also very logical.
Yes.
Okay, but then you can go
Amazing
for
idea.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. e4, b6, d4, bishop f4, d5. GF3.
No.
97.
This kind of position. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's.
Oh, yeah, it's probably equal.
It's
H6
probably
or
equal,
something.
yeah. No, I don't like this so much.
d5.
Yeah.
Okay, so first moves besides e4.
I mean, b3 is the other first move, of course. b3, b6, but then what is that?
Or g4 first move.
I mean, I assume e3 is stupid, right? To try and go from queen a6, that's stupid.
But you'll never get
g4
it.
makes sense.
G4,
G4,
well, yeah.
G4, yeah.
2 minutes to the start.
Yeah, I think maybe white's slightly better here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But what about g4, g6? That's more.
f4.
Not so interesting.
g5 maybe, no?
Yeah. You want to play this?
And if e5 just take knight f3? In this
Yeah, and
case.
somewhere e4.
E5 b3, no, that's actually very awkward for black.
Yeah, no, this actually, yeah.
Okay.
I like this g4 one.
Yeah, it's unexpected.
And g4, f4 also looks good for white.
This
Yeah,
one looks, this one looks slightly
makes
better.
sense,
Yeah.
This g4 makes sense.
Also, our queen gets very
D5,
active.
F4.
That goes to a4.
Yeah, exactly.
I think g6 is the correct move.
Yeah,
F4, f5 is probably correct.
f5, g5.
Yeah, because
d6, bishop d5.
nice.
Well, I don't know.
No,
Maybe it's
even-
stupid.
So 1 minute to the start of round 9.
Yeah, no, it's very good. I like g4. It's a good move.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final regulation round of the group stage here, the round robin. We got a number of players who have already secured their position into the quarterfinals, of course, still jockeying for position, and then a couple that we will be keeping our eyes locked on to, fighting for their tournament lives. But I have to admit, we would be fools to start anywhere other than Gukesh and Magnus Carlsen teeing up against each other for the final match in the round robin here. I mean, you couldn't have asked for better.
The first time since Gukesh became world champion, right? And when he did, he said, yes, I'm world champion, but I'm not the best player on the planet. And that's his aim. He was dying to play against Magnus. Magnus at the start of Freestyle says the one player he's really looking forward to play against is Gukesh. And we get that in this final round. You know, the Chess-based India studio is probably going wild. The Take studio is going wild. All of India, all of Norway waiting for this matchup, James.
Soon enough, we'll be going wild. I can guarantee you that as we do dive into some of the games and the first moves are onto the board. I do want to turn to you, David, because this isn't a peculiar starting position, one in which you have a little bit of insight into how Magnus feels about four-corner bishops starts.
That's right. The big characteristic, the big peculiarity of this position is the fact that the bishops are already pretty much fianchettoed, so this crisscross on the longest possible diagonals. And I mean, last year before the Freestyle GOAT Challenge, so here in WEISSENHAUS, I did a bit of training with Magnus. I don't know why he chose me as a sparring partner. Maybe just he wanted a punching bag to
don't undersell yourself, my friend.
But one of the positions we did analyze, it wasn't this exact one, but it had bishops in the corner, and he was just like, oh, this is so dull, so boring. How do you break the symmetry? And how do you ensure that the bishops stay on the board? It's so likely that the bishops get exchanged. Here we see black already pinning the white g-pawn. On this diagonal, white pinning likewise the black g-pawn. But it's very likely at some point all the bishops come off. Without bishops, there's still some dancing to be done with the knights, but not ideal. You already lose a bit of flavour in this mix.
And so with that, it will be the f-pawn push on Magnus' side, and now the knight comes out here. Or sorry, on Gukesh's side, the knight comes out on Magnus' side as a response.
And that's not a move you often see a knight being developed to, right? The world champion playing with the black pieces, the world champion playing with the white pieces, the world #1 playing with the black pieces. Well, both world champions. Now that knight, it's targeting the one pawn that isn't defended in the position. You know, we often look about it, which are the undefended pawns, and it's the flank ones, the A and the H. Knight to G4 coming on next is the idea that Magnus has set up. It does look very uncharacteristic, I'm going to say, to start with that knight here. Does it surprise you as well that he's chosen this path for the knight?
No, I think he's just trying to scare Gukesh. Firstly, with this idea you're pointing out, Tanya is going to force Gukesh to burn 10, 20 seconds on the clock. Also, he's defending his bishop, so he's saying if there is to be a trade of bishops, I want the dark squared bishops off the board, because after you push this pawn, assuming white captures on the black terms, the black queen is suddenly, there we go, potentially about to land on a beautiful diagonal. And that does happen. The white queen, I think this is just the eval bar balancing out. I think we all got excited there.
Wait, it looked like the queen stopped on the G-square, almost like it was a mouse slip. So I was very confused for a moment.
Finger slip.
Yeah. Either way, we do get that trade that you're talking about. And now just what, a sniper that queen is down towards the opposite side of the board. And Gukesh will have to consider that nearly all game long in terms of keeping his king safe.
And the kings, it is odd because they look like they're pretty much castled already. You've pretty much castled queenside. You have a king on c1, a rook on d1, which does happen when you castle this flank. But you do have the option later, if the white rook, knight and queen get out of the way, to jump the whole way to the other side of the board. And we haven't seen many of that, those kind of instances here, Tanya. The king doing the long jump.
Yeah, the long way to the right side of the board. But at some point, to get that other rook active, which is adjacent to the rook on the left side, you've got to perhaps take that decision to connect those two rooks, or at least find a way into the position. Meanwhile, I think Magnus is setting up that kind of position, where he takes the king the long way across the board. He just needs to get the knight out of the way. And then again, king to the right side. Connect those two rooks.
And yeah, it's always the nicest, most satisfying. Like the longer you can go, the better with the king.
Yeah, and from my perspective, it seems to synergize the pieces really well. It kind of allows for him to start launching the pawns on the left side of the board in an attack, now with both of those rooks over on that side. And of course, this queen always still from the opposite side of the field looking to aid in that attack. And so actually, before even finding that castle, going to start taking some space on the left-hand side here with another pawn push.
Yeah, really, really nice play there from Magnus Carlsen. I'm not sure he's got the advantage. Yeah, we're going to have to work on that terminology, Tanya. It's like 16 versus 18, the 16th world champion, classical world champion versus the 18th, of course, the 18-year-old Gukesh.
18th or 18?
Yeah.
The famous tweet. Magnus getting that piece angle in right now. He's just pushed that c-pawn, controlling some of the central squares, vacating another square for the knight as well to land to find itself at the center, and then perhaps get the king to the right side of the board. Could be something that he's setting up here. And Chad, I want you guys to get involved. Let's make predictions here, right?
Ooh,
who are you rooting for? Who do you think takes this first clash between the world #1 and the world champion?
Tanya's trying to start a war in chat right now, but I'm here for it. I'm here for it. So get your answers flooded into chat. And perhaps while you do so, we can take just one quick moment, pull out to the 5 boards just to identify how other players and boards might be approaching this opening that we heard from you, David. Magnus sometimes feels is hard to break in terms of symmetry. And so if we can get out to that 5 box, there we are. Anything jumping out to you in particular? Of course, that Gukesh Carlsen game still in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. It does look like Fedoseev is under a decent amount of pressure up in the top right against Nakamura, and that's one of our players who's still trying to find his way up into the top 8. So let's go there now, Hikaru Nakamura, Fedoseev, just to check in with the current board state.
Yeah, and this one is getting dramatic. It's only move 8. But Fedoseev is already living on the brink. It's pretty much a must-win situation for him. A draw very unlikely to be enough to save himself. Actually, a draw would mean he catches Abdusattorov, even if Abdusattorov loses. But we know the tie breaks, it's the head-to-head that counts. And Abdusattorov defeated Fedoseev in their head-to-head. So Fedoseev knows he needs to win, essentially. But he's taken massive, massive risks. He's a pawn up, but look at the black pieces. There's still 6 of them asleep, 5 here and 1 in the corner. White, meanwhile, I mean, this knight beautifully placed, bishop beautifully placed. This bishop just poised. This knight is about to have to return home, potentially. Yeah. Look at that. Oh, he's setting up for the next game.
This is where we always return to that conversation of trading material for piece activity, some form of compensation, right? And I think that's one of the more difficult concepts for a player of my level to truly understand, right? It's hard to evaluate the true value of any piece on any given square. It's a lot easier to look at something concrete, like a piece of material that you've now captured and are holding on to.
Yeah, and unfortunately he's not even suffering for much right now because this pawn that he was up has now disappeared. Hikaru restoring the material balance. And unless you're going to get extra greedy and jump in with the black queen, I don't recommend that one. Looks like you might even get trapped there in the near future. Yeah, I just don't really see what he's risked this all for, Tanya.
Well, he is going to go for it, though.
You look at, yeah, because if you've got this dreadful position, you need to show something for it, right? Retreating with the queen, not even having that extra pawn, it almost feels as if Hikaru's made about 1 million moves, while Fedoseev's just jumped around with his queen and not developed a single piece and has barely made any progress in the position. He does grab that pawn. He does attack the bishop. I'm expecting the white knight to further develop into the game. Just watch out. The queen needs to stay connected to the other knight, so not too many squares. But yes, that queen exposed. Look at that central pawn that white has. It takes away so many developing squares from the black knight. It's a nightmare to be Fedoseev right now, especially against the player he's playing against.
You're right. That's nightmare. But I think it's so through 9 rounds now, it feels like the piece that gets affected the most by freestyle chess is the queen. We have seen the queens used to such great effect early in some games, and then in others fall victim to just constant pressure at times as well. And in this case, bringing that queen out early seems to be spelling disaster here for Fedoseev.
It has been on occasion, like season 2 of the Queen's Gambit, players just losing their queen left, right, and centre. And I mean, this queen is pretty much trapped here, Tanya. It's only got 1 escape square. The problem is attacking it. Hitting that queen is maybe the one issue, but the black knight trying to develop, join the battle at least.
And we often talk about king safety. I'm just wondering if this will be one of those games where Hikaru, instead of picking a castle, a side to castle on, will simply place the king behind the bishop on a nice square, connect the rooks, find a way to get them to the right side of the board, attacking the queen. King on b2 looks pretty nice.
Yeah, nice little hidey hole for the king. And at some point, the way to attack the black queen might be to move your bishop out, move your queen out, and then slide across with the white rook. The white rook needs to do the trapping. But in the meantime, just a nightmare start for Fedoseev in this game. Must-win situation for him. Otherwise, he'll be facing Levon Aronian in a playoff for 9th or 10th.
Yeah, so a sticky situation for him. Perhaps we can dive back over to that Magnus Carlsen-Gukesh game just to check back in on how two of our top talents are performing against each other. A little bit more development in the position here. Most recent move, Carlsen looking to strike towards the center e-pawn there, creating a little bit tension and maybe asking for the trade. The question is, at this point, do you push that pawn just to lock that queen sort of out of the position off the diagonal?
Yeah, I think the first instinct for any player is to gain space, to lock, and to win connect 4.
Exactly.
Pushing the pawn forward would build that beautiful pawn chain, but this would pretty much invite Magnus to try and blow open the center with a pawn break of his own. And just to put this on the board, this kind of tension, you just have to weigh up. Does it help you? Does it help maybe the black rook just to open up lines? Does it help the black queen to reopen? The kind of other decision is to just leave the tension or to trade a pawn on f5. And for Gukesh, choice isn't always the best thing necessarily. I would say, Tanya, it burns time on the clock at least.
Yeah, and he has to make a decision on that central pawn as we've got Magnus's bishop and pawn lined up against it. I will say one thing about this matchup, right? Magnus, he's got this aura and he's dominated the chess world, continues to do so. He kind of lives rent-free in his opponent's head. We've seen that Magnus effect play out in games. But this younger generation, the lot of Javakir, the lot of Pragnananda, Gukesh, Nodebek, Abdusatrov, they don't let that get into their head. So even though Magnus has put this tension in the center, Gukesh will try to find a way that suits him best, you know, not just block it instantly. If he's got the option to create some chances, maybe open it up. And look at that, he keeps the tension as is. He doesn't resolve it.
Yeah, it cost him a bit of time, Gukesh. That's the one downside, but Magnus.
So let's introduce a little more tension in the position, shall we? Yeah. Wow. He's just going to pile on the pressure onto the youngster here. And we'll see if Gukesh decides to alleviate some of that tension with a trade of pieces, or if he'll be happy to endure it.
Yeah, there's so much tension with these pawns. Who knows who's going to take who's going to blink first?
Like I said, this is my least favorite position to be in. This because of what it feels like the demands of calculation are in terms of all of the trades. And so this might be maybe too in-depth of a question to ask, but within those kind of calculations, where do you start? Because there's so many options for takes and trades.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, you just have to go step by step. You look at, for example, this pawn captures, you look 3-4 moves down the line, you stop, you evaluate, you bring it back. Then you look at this pawn capture, stop 3 moves down the line, bring it back, and then you just compare which one looks easier to play, which one I'm more comfortable with. If you're happy with neither, then you try and keep the tension even longer, maybe. But he'll definitely be looking at simplifying the equation, blowing open the center, Gukesh. But in the meantime, the players have been distracted here, Tanya, both looking at other games, especially for Gukesh, who's actually in a bit of danger if he loses here. This one, yeah, it feels like the tension.
Look at that, though. Both of them playing with 96% accuracy through to this point in the position. I mean, showing up in a big way as we'd expect them to.
That just shows how zoned in they are, especially for this matchup, you know, one that they've been looking forward to. And this position that we've got, like you said, the 4 pawns, an absolute face-off, it requires no intuition. You have to just sit down and calculate your way through the labyrinth of the trades that are there. And Gukesh does decide he takes a central pawn, very key one. Notice how his queen is lined up on that same line. So if he grabs the other pawn, which is being offered for a trade right now, we will see an attack on the center. He first decides to take the knight, inviting Magnus's queen forward. With a pin on the e-file. Slightly surprising decision there by Gukesh.
Very surprising, Tanya. Now, White finds himself awkwardly placed here. Gukesh kind of self-pinning. He invited this. I guess the White Knight might come and kick the queen.
Look to kick the queen away, perhaps.
This has to be the justification, but the queen still has some nice, juicy squares to walk into, whether it comes forward, whether it goes back. And then we might soon see the final trade of those bishops. I'm not sure who the happier of the two is, but Tanya, I do see the clock, and there is this perception of Gukesh not... Whoa!
How about that castle?
Ooh.
Forgot that was legal.
Gotta feel good making that move.
He just wanted to show off there. And look at that. Even our computer is confused because a question mark appears on the D1 square. That's not where the white king ended up, though. He goes long. I was going to say, Tanya, there is this perception of Gukesh not being the best speed chess player. Magnus, of course, the best in history. Do you think the clock might play a factor here?
And I think that comes from that Gukesh, he relies so much on calculation, right? He needs to feel, he loves to play chess and he loves to keep the game going. And for that, he needs to sort of sit and work out his way to make sure that he's not losing control. So time is an important factor. He's one of those players who doesn't perhaps rely as much on intuition as the others. And Magnus, he's going all out here. That pin along the E line, that E pawn tied down to that white queen. Magnus, he's got 4 forces getting down on that. What is this game? I've never seen anything like that. All the pawns keep moving forward.
2 heavyweights meeting in the middle of the board. Just absolutely throwing punches right now. Who's going to be the first one?
That move is a shocker.
That is a shocker, man.
Magnus could not have expected that. I mean, you can pick it up. Every single pawn on the board is hanging.
What a move. That is incredible. And played instantly by Gukesh. Let's break it down.
Please do, because I must be honest, I don't understand the idea behind, because as you mentioned, it feels like I can just take it.
Yeah, I mean, this is very deep stuff. So there's 2 ways to take this pawn. If you take it with your pawn, now the idea is a knight hit on the black queen. The reason he didn't try this first is because if he'd jumped with his knight, the black queen would have actually delivered a nasty check to the white king. And the next move takes this pawn. So he's actually clogged up a square, and after the white knight hits the queen retreats. Then he pushes his pawn forward and he laughs. He says, okay, you have 2 isolated double pawns here. The white bishop is the one doing the pressure. The black bishop is locked in, and you have long-term compensation, although this is still up for anyone. This is up for grabs here. If you take with the queen, then you get hit by the rooks instead. And when the queen retreats, maybe then this pawn will drop. And at least the white rooks get some open lines to play with.
And you know what? Psychologically, I like this move because earlier it was Magnus who increased the tension in the middle of the board and forced Gukesh to use a fair amount of time calculating, right, about whether or not he'd want the take. Now, Shu's kind of on the other foot. Okay, I'll double down on the tension in the center of the board, and now Magnus is the one who has to spend some time chewing through the clock, deciding how exactly he wants to go about this.
It completely changes the dynamics, right? Magnus coming in with the queen forward, throwing his pawns ahead, and then Gukesh instantly gets a move that almost feels like it was impossible to make. And even our engine, our bar, takes a while to get that exclamation mark going. That's how solid and classy this last move is. It didn't appear immediately, but once the bar realizes the strength, the ideas that David just demonstrated of blocking that light squared bishop on a8 for Magnus, of killing it in case this bait is accepted, how strong it is, Magnus not being able to make a decision of how to respond there.
That is genius level chess.
Genius stuff.
G for Gukesh, genius. Okay, it's actually a capture by the queen. First he trades a set of pawns, then he kicks the black queen back, Gukesh. But suddenly, remember, Magnus has not castled yet. If you compare the kings, I would say Magnus is maybe the more vulnerable of the two. And Gukesh has a lot of open lines to play with, so that little transition, great for the current world champion.
Well, wow, and he moves the knight, opening up the line of the rook to target that weak pawn. A weak pawn is one that doesn't have his friends along the adjacent file, no other pawn along those adjacent ranks there. So the rook hits it, the queen can move forward to doubling down on that h5 square next as well. The knight is gone on the side of the board, eventually to land towards the center, eyeing that f4 spot as well. A lot of compensation, Magnus's king unsafe. I don't know who's playing like a bigger king right now.
So, do we feel we're forced to defend that pawn, or do we let it go, given that it's going to be a difficult one to defend in the long term, being isolated there?
Yeah, that pawn is frozen, so you have to let it go. Sorry, I had to drop that in there.
Well, now you're going to have to sing it next time, all right?
But yeah, I think it's not in Magnus's style to cling on passively to mere pawns, especially because he's a pawn up. He's likely to give it back, I was going to say, and then he defends it. Commentator's curse.
Yeah, he slides the rook over. Important to note that he did not have the option to castle for that same defense, because he would have been castling through the check of the queen on the e-file. So just slides the rook over. Now Gukesh going to look to launch another pawn here on the left side of the board.
And there we go, Magnus castles. He didn't need to move his king. The king stays on its square. The rook simply leaped over, jumped over. I think he just played that move because he could. He loves to show off these quirky ideas, Magnus. And I mean, this tension between the bishops is, I think, the key to the position. This bishop is the one that holds the key. White's bishop. If it can ever trade off, there's going to be so many holes around the black king.
Yeah, 3 pieces on either side of the board, all targeting that d5 pawn, right?
And I think there's going to be one more that's going to join that party. That same idea. That knight which is on the edge of the board is really dying to jump on that square in front of the black pawn to get towards that central point. Yes, Magnus Carlsen's king has castled, but it's not completely safe because the pawns have expanded so much as Gukesh does get a 4th attacker to the center.
Yeah, so there that knight goes. A lovely position, blockading that pawn, feeling nice and safe while continuing to pile on the pressure. So now Magnus is going to have to look for a resource of his own, trying to play with some danger levels, threaten the queen on the other side of the board.
It's the concept of 2 weaknesses, right? Gukesh is targeting the D pawn, but the other one that we highlighted as a weakness in Magnus's camp is the lonely F pawn. The queen can step either to the left side of the board or even go forward and put more pressure on that weakened square right now, especially now that the defender's just moved away.
I just love what Gukesh is doing. Every move is going to come with a threat. I mean, that power play with the pawns was impressive, first of all. The one thing that worries me for Gukesh is the clock, because Magnus just levels up. He has another gear that he shifts to when his opponents are struggling, floundering.
And David, to your point, Magnus in his takes on take often mentioned this point, that Gukesh down on the clock is when the mistakes happen. So he's playing on that strategy himself.
Yeah, I mean,
understanding your opponents, right? I mean, it's one thing to have a mastery over the game of chess, but the next part of sport and competition, right, is understanding the environment, the circumstances, and your opponent's strengths and weaknesses, utilizing every single element of that to your advantage. Queen slides out of the way. Interestingly, up onto that d3 square as opposed to sliding over to the c2 square, but still playing along that diagonal that you talk about, threatening that isolated pawn.
But this is surprising, right? Because you line up your queen against the black rook instead of choosing a safer option. How do you explain this choice, David?
I think he just wanted to attack both the black pawns at once. He was attacking the d5 pawn, this one as well. The isolated pawn now does drop off in a moment. There we see it's a queen exchange. Now offered by Magnus Carlsen, but he's the king of endgames. I'm not sure Gukesh is quite at that level in the endgame phase yet.
He's not going to trade.
He's not going to trade.
He's not going to trade. David, do you want to take this on? Do you want to have a bet on me?
What are we betting? Honor.
Yeah,
honor and glory.
yes, don't
honor
do it.
And glory.
Keep the queens on the board.
Okay, you say you'll keep the queens on. I'll say he'll take the queens off, just because I love my endgames too. But I think that would backfire. Again, you've got to know the player, just like you said, James. You've got to know your opponent's strengths, weaknesses. Taking the queens off, long term, black is doing quite well. This is a protected pass pawn, which could become strong with the queens off. Also, it is Magnus.
And he keeps it. Oh, he gets it off the board.
Oh. Well, so perhaps what Magnus was looking for all along, looking to simplify and play his patented near flawless endgames. Knight jumps to a beautiful square here, protected by that C pawn. Also has a threat on a fork as well, even on that pawn as well from that square.
I'm surprised at the decision that Gukesh took. He had to keep the tension on, and it feels like he's given Magnus just a little bit of that rope now. That the worst is behind for Magnus.
Normally the rule is if you have the safer king, Gukesh had the safer king, then you keep the queens on the board. I think his idea was purely based on this concept of this awkward fork that Magnus had to react to. He had to get one of his rooks out of dodge there. And there is a rook exchange. Now, will the black knight finally make its first move of the game? It does. On move 26, it enters the action for the first time.
It did trade and go back, but it was a very, very unhappy square, so completely get that feeling that it's made
He got stabled for a moment. Now the horse.
It was the bishop that was on that square. That was the one I was talking about. The bishop that evolved into a knight.
And it comes back to challenge the most active piece in Gukesh's camp. Now we see this dynamic where Magnus has got a 4 versus 3 pawn majority on one side. Gukesh has got a 2 versus 1. So it's going to be about who can create a very strong passer assisted by their king.
I was about to say, it feels like this is usually the game state where people need to start thinking about king activity and how to get them involved. Does this knight trade? Well, no, we're going to opt not for the knight. I was about to say, does it advantage one player over the other? And it looks like Gukesh does not want to take it.
Yeah, I think simply knights are the best blockaders in chess in general. Isolated pawns, passed pawns, knights are the best blockaders. And black's big trump card later is going to be this d-pawn. So the ideal home for this knight is this square. So keeping the knights on the board there, I think, the best decision by Gukesh.
Yeah. Just compare each of Gukesh's pieces to Magnus's counterpart. The white rook looks extremely active. The white knight beautifully placed, so no trades just yet. Also, the white rook, it really cuts off Magnus's king, right, from coming to the right side of the board. Now that Gukesh has maximized his own rook and knight, he's next going to get that king into the game. Advance that king, assist those pawns to move forward.
And look at that, Gukesh was looking away. He's normally the most focused player in the world, but now he knows that other results are most likely going in his favor. Even a loss, Gukesh should still be able to stay in this tournament. And yeah, really interesting there that even with 1 minute on his clock, Tanya, he's still kind of thinking about the tournament situation, not just this game alone.
Well, that's what really matters at the end of it, right? That is what will direct his decisions, what to keep on the board, what to get off it, because that's the decision that he has to make right now with the rook trade being offered. If Gukesh is happy with a draw, if he feels he gets his spot into the knockout, I believe he will trade the rooks. If he wants to play for more, he keeps the rooks on the board.
Interesting. Yeah, to me, it feels like I'd want to keep that rook on the board just because of that d-pawn that we're talking about. I want to have more resources to deal with it if it ever starts making the run down the board.
Yeah, and simple comparison, the white rook is very active. It can put pressure on another isolated pawn. It's not COVID anymore. You don't want to isolate necessarily. He keeps the rook on. The black rook passive, meanwhile, I was going to say. Unless it jumps in now and comes in behind, that would be a race. But
would you agree that that's an ambitious move by Gukesh?
yes. I think Gukesh has looked over. There has been a result. We should update everyone. Levon Aronian has drawn with Nodibek Abdusattorov. That means Nodibek joins Gukesh on the same score group. I think for Nodibek, that's a very good result. And Gukesh knows he should still be safe. Fedoseyev's in big trouble against Hikaru Nakamura. So Gukesh, knowing that he should be safe in this round-robin stage, taking risks. He wants to beat Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, things are heating up here. Yeah, Nodibek quite surely securing himself a spot based on the fact that Fedoseyev is in a dire position there against Hikaru Nakamura. Gukesh, though, still wanting to come away, I think, at the very least, with a draw here to have himself in decent position. Though with 3 points, he'll be fine in terms of qualifying to the top 8.
But James, it might be too soon to call any result on this position. I think it's a 3-result game right now. Magnus has got that d-pawn, which is just 3 steps away from becoming a queen. He's making a choice right now. Does he keep his rook passive, defending that h-pawn weakness, or does he bring it into activity, give up that pawn, and play for the win with his own d-pawn? We're going to get to know more about Magnus's mindset right now with this next move.
And the tricky thing is there's no right or wrong here. Both moves are totally viable for Magnus, but it is a stylistic thing. Does he bring his rook active, bank everything, gamble on his d-pawn, or does he play it safe? He
plays it safe.
Okay, this is a check, though. It is a fork. Gukesh could grab this pawn, but taking your eye off the ball here, allowing the d-pawn to run, that d spells disaster here, potentially for Gukesh.
That is as offside as it can get if he takes that pawn. Well, Magnus, he steps back. He doesn't even put that king closer to the knight, leaves the decision to Gukesh. It's getting pretty tricky. And now Gukesh, under a minute, this is still anyone's endgame. Draw is not a very likely outcome, in fact, I want to say.
Predictions again, maybe? Chat, what do you think? I won't put it on us. Chat, what do you think? Who's going to win this endgame?
Chat, David Howell is asking the questions. How well do you know Gukesh and Magnus? Send us your answers. What do you think will be the result of this game?
Oh, this would be symbolic as well. If Gukesh wins, taking down the endgame maestro in an endgame, that would be a huge, huge turn up for the books. But
so he thinks better here of extending for that pawn, and he will drop the knight back here to the d5 square. A great central position for him to remain, but it's just going to be about maneuvering and, of course, yeah, opening up that threat onto the knight with a check to follow.
And just to mention, Tanya, if the black king comes back, we've actually seen that position before. That will be the second time. 3 times a position repeated, that is a draw.
He's not repeating. Magnus is not going to repeat. Even if he does it once, I think he wants more. His spot is safe. He wants to play this out till the end. Magnus is the kind of player who enjoys that as well, right? Just fighting it out, making his opponents sweat. By the way, our chat has spoken.
Oh?
A lot of them saying draw, and a lot of them believing in that Magnus effect in endgames.
Okay. I think it's a hard thing to vote against at times, right? The Magnus endgame. So we do pull that knight out of harm's way. We're going to centralize the rook here on the e-file.
I'm slightly surprised Magnus didn't jump a different kind of route there with his knight. He could have jumped in and maybe towards these pawns earlier. Now the black knight cannot really go anywhere. The black rook is a bit stuck. The black king a bit passive. Maybe he'll step that one forward. This is still very, very much in the balance. The one thing, I'll keep harping on about it, but the clock, if this gets down to a 10-second versus 1 minute situation, Gukesh is going to be in big, big trouble.
David, I have a question, a more conceptual question about this position. If the pieces are to come off the board, the rooks and the knights get traded off, who does that favor? The pure king and pawn endgame?
Very important question, Tanya. I think if it's knights off especially, if it's just rooks, then probably a draw. But if everything comes off, only black can ever win, because this pawn will tie down the white king, and it's only a question of whether the black king can ever kind of, dart over towards this side of the board later. Imagine the board clears up, rooks, knights off. The black king will run, the white king will be totally stuck, blockading the d-pawn. So Magnus wants trades, Gukesh does not.
So how can we activate? Do we need to activate our white king? And if so, how do we? Because it feels really treacherous to move one step to the left onto the f-file because of that possible discovered check with a knight move and then the rook staring down that file.
Yeah, at some point you might have to retreat the knight just to bypass, just to step over and across onto the f-file. Or you kind of get ambitious and go with the white king up the edge of the board. Okay, a pin.
A pin, and I also want to point out that Magnus was setting up a bit of an idea of the b pawn moving forward. Has he played it?
Oh, he has.
It's on the board. He's targeting that central knight.
Oh, that knight is undermined. This white pawn. Okay, he finds a way to activate his king after all, but this white pawn has to defend its knight, so couldn't have been sidetracked there. Watch out later for one of the rooks. I'm not sure whether it's the white or black rook, but there is a new open file, a new avenue opened on the other flank.
Very sneaky. And the c4 pawn, it's so tender now, right? Now that there's no connect 3 on that side, that becomes a target for Magnus. And this is what he does. These small gains in these endgames, this is what gets that Magnus effect going. And then before you know it, a position that's completely under control is totally out of control.
Yeah, and first to break the pin, you might need to defend the piece at the back of the pin. So the move I would look at is, for example, to slide the king across, defend the rook, or this way. Now he's freed up his rook to run away. Watch out, you mentioned it, Tanya, the black knight can go back, and then it would start hitting pawns, this weak, isolated pawn.
Even though the bar isn't changing, I think the position is. I think the dynamics and the momentum is. Magnus has made so much progress with his pieces. Gukesh, one more weakness to deal with. I have a feeling that Gukesh has to be very careful in this endgame.
Oh yeah, he's really living life on the edge with the clock situation. His king as well, walking up the edge of the board to try and come forward.
Yeah. Feels like this would be the time for a pretty natural reposition of that rook over to the left-hand side of the board, because we've protected that knight and we can control the file first, right?
Beautiful move. I think it's time to switch focus. Magnus may be just checking that his king isn't in too much trouble, and he checks from the front. He can, however, just step back simply, so it's time to activate the black rook. But suddenly Magnus under 1 minute as well. It's going to get juicy now. Time scramble imminent.
And a Magnus lean there, he's trying to look for inwards. I think we're going to see that move, James, that you pointed out. Always look for ways to improve the position of your pieces. He does reach out for the rook, or he doesn't. He does come back with the knight, offering a trade, putting pressure on Gukesh's pawn.
Ooh, to trade or not to trade? Again, the question. Asking difficult things of Gukesh every single turn, Magnus. Look at the clock. Gukesh around the 10-second mark.
Make a move, 9-8.
He doesn't want the trade, but does this forfeits the pawn, no?
It's a tricky one. Sneaky.
The engine's telling me that it's not so simple, but I don't see it.
Yeah, the black knight, if it moves, would walk into a check. The black king would be hit. There would be a hit on the black rook, which would then be undefended. So the black knight is pretty much forced to defend its rook. Not only that, the knight will attack this pawn with a check.
Tricky. I love that.
And it gets the exclamation, which is a good move right there by the engine. Magnus goes into the defense. It looks like he's defending the c-pawn, but what he's really doing is renewing the threat of knight takes pawn, capturing and winning that c-pawn that Gukesh has. The king sidesteps. This is not easy to defend. How are you keeping the c4 pawn alive for Gukesh? Is white in trouble here?
Big trouble, and it's deceptive, the evaluation bar. There we see he jumps in maybe the wrong way with his knight. Now the black rook is just going to move to an open file. That's the move Magnus wants to play anyway, and this pawn is almost indefensible. No way to hold it.
And Magnus gets everything. He gets the open line. He's about to get that pawn. The double question mark, the big blunder appeared, and the bar keeps going down. Is Magnus just going to be up a pawn?
And I think that pawn push, right, is the recognition that he has to let that pawn go in the end. And so he is, with the remaining time that he has, creates some kind of counterplay on the other side of the board. Magnus, though, also going to look to defend any aggression here on the right-hand side. We always have that opportunity for a check on the back rank.
That was actually the only immediately winning move from Magnus, ignoring the free pawn. He's going for checkmate. Checkmate threatened. The white king has nowhere to run if the black rook delivers a check. You have to move the white rook.
And then the d pawn can move forward, taking away more squares from the king. He'll just keep renewing the threat of checkmate. Gukesh trying to run away with his own king.
Did you see the head bob from Magnus as well? He looked away. He was like, I've got this. The pawn is coming. That d pawn we talked about ages ago.
Oh, my goodness.
Now the king. He's closing in.
All of Magnus's pieces, the pawn, the knight, the king, the rook on the open line, and it's handshakes, and the world #1 wins against the world champion.
Wow, incredible finds there in the end game from Magnus, as he's so well known to do, moving himself up to 4.5 points here at the end of the round robin. Gukesh, of course, then will remain on 3. We can go ahead and take a look at all 5 boards to see if there are any remaining games still underway. We do have results on most of them, but it looks like up there in the top left, we've got Caruana and Keimer still locked in battle. So perhaps we go there next just to close out this final round robin match.
And what does that do for Gukesh? He just lost a very important game. What are his chances?
He lost an important game, but Gukesh actually got a favour from Hikaru Nakamura, who defeated Vladimir Fedoseev. So Fedoseev is the 9th player there. He is not quite able to jump into the top 8.
Yeah, 3 points, just enough to scrape into the top 8 and the quarterfinals. So while he would have preferred a better result there against Magnus Carlsen, he lives to fight another day. Perhaps they'll find a way to meet each other later on in the tournament for a bit of a rematch. But we'll focus in on this one as Fabiano, of course, wants to keep pace with the top of the table and to give himself his best opportunity to choose his opponent, something we've not talked a ton about. We mentioned it yesterday on day 1. But in order of placings, 1, 2, 3, 4, will get to choose their opponent from the bottom 4 of that top 8. So if you feel you have a specifically great matchup against a certain player, you want to finish as high as possible in the standings. Vincent Keimer, of course, also trying to just make an argument for himself in this tournament and perhaps build some momentum going into the quarterfinals.
And in the meantime, this position, we saw a little transition there. White promoted a pawn. A queen appeared just for half a move and was swiftly captured. But now it's bishop versus knight. The white bishop, importantly, guards this pawn, also has sight on both sides of the board. Oh. Bishop is a long-range piece and knight a short-range piece. Tanya, who's the favorite?
This last move, had you asked me before that, I would say it's got to be Vincent, right, with that G pawn. But look at Fabi, he's thrown a spinner. He wants to win that A7 pawn and then create his own passer up the board. It's really anyone's game. Yes, black's position looks more dangerous. You're just one step away from promotion. The knight soon joining the party to assist that pawn. But what's the response to this move, right? It's one that has to be calculated by Vincent.
All right, well, as the time is ticking down, we are going to take a quick opportunity to say goodbye to David, who's got some interview responsibilities, and I'm going to request Tanya slides over to help me through the remainder of the game and showing you guys any relevant moves. It does look like we did have those pawns traded. The bishop swoops in to pick up that A7 pawn that we talked about, and immediately Vincent Keimer is thinking about using that remaining pawn there on the left side of the board to push forward. Engine didn't like it, but he is still playing for an ultimate promotion and to keep a pace with his opponent's pass pawn as well.
And Fabi has to drop back with the bishop before pushing his own pawn, because otherwise it would have blocked the defense, allowing black to be the one to promote first. So Fabi brings back the bishop. He wants to get the B pawn rolling up the board.
Well, we can push that B pawn freely now, yes?
And we're being joined by, well, the one player who was the last to enter the tournament, but the first to make it to the knockouts, Javakir Sindarov. First, huge congratulations on this performance, Javakir.
Thanks a lot. But I think I not get first in the round robin, but okay.
I was enjoyed from my games.
Well, Javaki, before we jump in, do you want to just join us for the end of this game and take us through what's happening here?
Okay, perfect. And they sit here.
I think
from here it's fine. Yeah, we'll have a look.
I think, we already know 8 players was qualified, yeah. But
what do you make of the position we're looking at though right now? Seems like a very tense position. Both players, multiple passed pawn potential here.
It looks draw, but everything will happen in low time. But it looks draw, yeah. Just king comes to G2 pawn, and I think he can. Oh.
He's going for more, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
Well, he's forcing the black king to fall back, right? Because you can't allow the white king to go forward.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea.
And then does he want to just race up the board and get the c-pawn?
Yeah, perhaps the difficulty of having both of the black pawns on the g5.
I think for sure black was not risking, but yeah, I think they cannot also win this game. Because, okay, if I say king b7, knight c6, I think you cannot win this game. You cannot push your pawns. I have a lot of... king b7, yeah, knight c6 was come. You can give just these 2 pawns, it was draw completely.
So if white was to push that king one step ahead, threatening to promote, you'll go back with the knight and take control of that square.
Yes, okay, maybe knight b7. Okay, it was
Handshake. They agree with you, Javaki.
Yeah, we tried to find a way to make it interesting, but in the end, the players agree with you, a drawish position, and they'll handshake across the board. Half a point apiece to each of them. But now here's where I want to return to you and your performance, Sindarov. Maybe a few weeks ago, not even aware that you'd be attending the tournament, and now to put up as an amazing performance as you have through 9 games. What has been your experience so far in matching up in freestyle chess against these 9 other incredible opponents?
I think for this tournament I will just I'm just so many puzzles and so many games in this freestyle chess. Magnus games a lot, and also I was played some online training games. And yeah, other guys was playing Tata Steel. Yeah, I was prepared to this tournament, and yeah, it maybe was helps to me to play very good. But yeah, okay. But I told it's yesterday. The big reason was I was play very good. I was first round. I was won a completely draw position against Vincent, so that's why it gave me more motivation, energy to play very good other games.
Speaking of other games, 9 rounds, we were on the edge of our seats every time watching you play. Incredible chess, Javakir. Is there any one that really stands out to you? Because along the way, you also beat Magnus.
Yes. I think last round I was really tired because, yeah, I was played very bad, but I don't know, it's possible to check my game because it's, for me, a very interesting moment.
Yeah, give us a moment. We'll look to pull that up here.
So you want to look at the last round?
Yeah, last round, yeah.
Just a second. With Alireza, right?
There it is.
And yes.
Is there a specific position you want to look at? Or from the beginning?
Okay, maybe after move 10, yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, this position, yeah, I think, yeah, I just need to take bishop e5, f takes e5, and c5, I was completely okay. Yeah, I was played some move knight e7, then...
So you saw this, but didn't like it?
Yeah, I think knight e7 or c5 doesn't matter, but when I was played knight e7, yeah, it was completely losing position, yeah. No, maybe bad, but not lose, but I didn't like my position.
Gives the advantage.
Yeah, I think, yeah, it's big advantage to white. Yeah, c5 was a very good move.
So was the point that you had to stop this break?
Yeah, I need to play first c5, b takes c6, and knight e7, yeah, and I think I was completely fine.
So you just push?
What computer saying here? Oh, it says +1 around, why? Knight e7?
Knight e7, and the pawn just pushes forward.
And then queen d6 was coming, yeah.
Not so easy to win it back.
Yeah, it's not so easy. But yeah, I think opening I was take a very good position after the opening. Yeah, it's a very good game, but yeah, I was little bit tired today. Not tomorrow, but yeah. I need to take a rest for tomorrow classical.
I think understandably so. Maybe that leads to my next question, which is maybe some of the major differences that you identify between classical chess and freestyle chess. You talk about energy. While maybe there's less preparation because you don't know what the starting position will be, it feels like in the moment the demands of calculations might be even greater because of the unfamiliarity with the position.
Yes, in freestyle chess, the most important thing was you don't need the prepper, yeah, because in a normal chess, when you are played against very good opponents, you need to prepare 3 or 4 hours before the game, and you didn't have to any jobs inside of chess. So that's why I was like to play in freestyle, and also the most things you can play here. Any move first, and you just very interesting position, every position. So that's why, yeah. Hope we will see a lot of freestyle chess tournaments coming years.
Do you feel like freestyle chess as a format lends itself to supporting any specific style of player? Do you think more aggressive players will do better in this format, more defensive players? How do you kind of evaluate through your experience so far which type of player might succeed in this format?
Yeah, I think freestyle chess was great for attacker players, but if you also defense very good, I think it's also very good because you don't know. I think against Nodrbek I was take after the opening very bad position, but I was defend very good, so that's why he was missed some moves. So yeah, here most important thing you need to just calculate very good, and if you take very bad position after the 5 move, you need to defend also very good. Yeah.
It almost sounds like you need to do everything very good because
in probably I think in this 9 rounds I just only get very bad position after opening against Nodrbek. In other my games I was completely fine.
You know, one of the things that I think the fans and the commentators really enjoyed was watching all of you discuss at the start. You get these 10 minutes and then you're going through the positions, and we would see the players get together. Was there any one particular player whose insights you really liked or enjoyed?
Yeah, I told it yesterday. Yeah, Fabio Caruana was amazing understanding this chess. Yeah, when we are playing in one color, when we got 10 minutes, he was do amazing job for everyone. Yeah, I was enjoyed to see how he was understanding this chess, because he was prepared a lot in my opinion for this tournament. No, maybe for this format freestyle chess, and I was enjoyed.
Is there anything in particular that you learned or took away from Fabi in the round robin stage so far?
I was understanding some things, but I'm also not better understanding this chess because sure. But he was. I think he was better understanding this. How to go with pieces. Yeah, it was amazing.
I mean, James, there's a reason why both of them were at the top of the leaderboard throughout.
Exactly. You have delivered in such an exciting way for us so far, and we can't wait to see what you have in store for us for the rest of the tournament. Just while we have you here, we want to pull up the results from this final round and maybe take a look at the standings, and then we'll let you go get rested up and prepared for tomorrow. We had, of course, 3 more decisive games here, unfortunately for you, falling to Alireza Firouzja, but still more than safe in one of the top positions in the end. Caruana and Kayamir drawing. We had Aronian and Abdusattorov drawing as well. Carlsen winning out in that matchup in the end. From there, we can go ahead and pull up the standings as well and kind of get an overview of the field as a whole to see that Yavakir Sindarov has finished in a solid second place, it looks like, at 6.5 points, my friend. Now that you take a look at this, I mean, come on, there's got to be a big smile on your face.
There is one.
Yeah, but it was just start of the tournament, I think. Yeah, you need to, if you finished 8 or if you finished first, it doesn't matter. It just matter you will choose the opponents, but every opponent was here. Amazing players, of course, I will try just play in classical, my good chess, like I was usually playing.
And we're so excited to see that. But Javakir, just one last, because we were talking about your journey to this tournament, right? You lost this crazy Armageddon game to Fedosiev. I mean, that was sort of heartbreaking to watch, and of course for Fedosiev, a great run in that one. And then at the last moment, you qualify for this tournament. What was your first reaction when you got that call from Jan that you made it? How did you feel about being in WEISSENHAUS?
Yeah, I was very happy when I saw the message from organizers. I was in holidays in Dubai, so before I was playing in Bundesliga, Germany against St. Pauli. I meet Mr. Jan, Mr. Sebastian, organizer. Just they told me, yeah, hello, we are organizers this tournament. Yeah, I'm of course I know them. And then, okay, I think maybe they will do for me something. Yeah, okay. They didn't tell me anything, so okay. After 3 days, yeah, Mr. Sebastian, I think, was write me and told you have free place in freestyle. Just you want to enjoy, you want to play, yeah. Yeah, I was a little bit shocked. So then I called to my coach. Yeah, so they are inviting me. So he told, yeah. Very good news. Start prepare to this tournament. Yeah, and then we do some plans for this tournament.
Well, once again, Yavukir, congratulations on an incredible group stage performance. We wish you the best of luck tomorrow in the quarterfinals. And for now, we'll let you go. Enjoy everything that is so wonderful about this WEISSENHAUS resort.
Yeah, sure. It was here. It's very beautiful. I will take a rest and prepare for my tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
All
Best
the
of luck,
best.
my friend. And as you make your way out, we will go ahead and ask the viewers at home to throw it in chat. Who do you think was the player of the day, your MVP? Feel free to type those out, and we'll get back to you on the results soon enough. From there, Tanya, it's left to us to kind of reminisce on what was the incredible group stage that we just witnessed. Tosses and turns left and right, surprises like the guy that we just had the opportunity to speak to. We had the perfect bookend matches, right, with Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru, and only to conclude with Magnus versus Gukesh as well. I mean, how are you feeling at the end of all of this?
What an incredible treat the entire round robin has been, and we're just getting started. It's the big knockout stage ahead. But just having Yavukir in and his whole story, his whole path, he finished second eventually. And Alireza toppling up the standings, right? At the end, suddenly at the top of the leaderboard, goes in as the winner, which means that Alireza will have the first pick of who his opponent will be in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, a very interesting twist kind of right at the end. And we're lucky enough now to be joined once again by Fabiano, who we had an opportunity to speak to yesterday. And so, Fabi, congratulations again on finishing in a very solid position. I am curious, though, given the finish yesterday, how you feel your approach was today, and if there was anything kind of different about either the positions themselves or your play today.
Yeah, I think I missed an important chance in the first game against Gukesh. So, yeah, overall it wasn't a great day. It was okay in the sense that I didn't require too much today. Or maybe I didn't even require anything to get through. But yeah, I was in a very safe position. So even performing not too well today, it didn't make a huge difference.
Well, to that end, I'm curious, as we've had conversations about player approach, you know, there's the idea of, you know, playing the match itself and playing the tournament format. And so you did exit day one in such solid position. I wonder if that changes your overall approach in terms of maybe playing even more conservatively at times just to maintain, you know, solid position and maybe taking less risk to try and lunge for a top spot, let's say.
No, I would have strategized if I wasn't in such a safe position. But I just played without much concern for anything. I mean, the last game I was taking very silly risks. I just wanted to keep the game going and also making serious mistakes. And yeah, the game against Gukesh I do regret somewhat because I really had to, I don't know how clean a win it was, but I was pretty sure it was just a completely clean win. And of course he is quite tricky. And he was resisting well. But yeah, against Hikaru, losing is not pleasant, you know, to lose a game, especially since at some point I felt I had a pretty good position. But yeah, I'm not in a bad mood or anything, you know. Of course, I would have preferred to have won this stage, but really the main goal was to get through. And the secondary goal would be to maybe win and get the first pick. That would also be great. yeah, I can't complain.
I think that's an important point. Top 8 gets you hit a little bit of a reset. Yes, maybe the matchup that you wanted would have been relevant, but at the end of the day, you're into the quarterfinals, and everybody at that point has equal opportunity to push forward through the rounds. I just want to take a quick note before I pass things off to Tanya, maybe for some questions for you in chat. We want to know who you think is the player of the day. Make sure you follow that format, !player, followed by the name of the player that you'd like to declare. I'm getting a correction. Just an exclamation point and then the name of the player. You don't need the word player in there. So go ahead and get those in, and then I'll turn things over to Tanya.
And we'll announce who our chat player of the day is. Fabi, as you mentioned, goal number 2. Get to the top of the leaderboard to be able to pick your own opponent for the knockouts. And I don't know, is it possible that we have the standings? Because I want to just pick Fabi's brains on how he's expecting it to work out. Or do you already know the pairings? Have you guys already picked your players?
No, I think we do it tonight.
They do it tonight. Now, I want to ask you if we can have the standings up, James.
Well, let's see if production can fly that up for us. Yeah, they're going to work on that. And as soon as they do, we can have you maybe wax and wane on some of the matchups.
Because we've got Ali Reza now, who'll get the first pick. And then is Javakir. And you will be left with 2 players. And there we have it. How do you see this being worked out? If you had to make predictions, who do you think Ali Reza is going to go with?
I can't really get into his head so much. I don't think it's an easy pick. Like, maybe on paper you would think he picks Vincent, but I don't think it's an easy choice. Like, Vincent played, I think, reasonably well, and also I think he has a very good strategic positional feeling in general. So he might not be as classically FIDE rated as high as Gukesh or Hikaru, right? Maybe he's about 60 points lower rated, but I wouldn't say that's like an easy choice. And after that, I think it's kind of a toss-up. Also, I don't know, maybe Sindarov doesn't want to play Noterbeck. That's possible
Teammates.
as well. I wouldn't expect him to pick Noterbeck. If I had to guess, maybe my choice will be between Hikaru and Noterbeck, but it's kind of a shot in the dark. I guess that. And I really have no idea.
I think there has to be this really interesting conversation or debate in a lot of players' minds about are you picking an opponent based on their historical strength, right? And maybe the peak form they're able to achieve versus tournament form, right? And trying to evaluate maybe how well an opponent is doing in this moment, and if there is maybe that sense of weakness that you could expose in a player. Do you feel like at events like this, especially as there's so much action happening so quickly, do you even feel like you have the time to properly evaluate the other 9 guys in the field and make assessments like that? Or do you have to kind of fall back on what you know of them more generally?
Yeah, I think that I got a sense more or less of how people's form was in the Rapid, but Classical is really a different story entirely. And I think a few players kind of were lucky that even though they weren't playing great in Rapid, that there was a pretty big margin. I think Noterbeck had overall a kind of poor event. It felt like he missed a lot of chances. He wasn't playing very carefully, I thought. It's also his style. He really goes for it when he's in form. He's super dangerous because of that. But it did feel like he was getting careless often in this event, and it didn't cost him so dramatically, as it turns out. But it could have. Yeah, and Magnus had a good final day. That's not too unexpected. When he actually needs to, then he can kind of find that form that he needs to get through. And Hikaru also had a good day, and of course Ali Reza was just incredible today. I mean, he played amazingly, and I think deserved to win, especially beating Sindarov in the last round. So yeah, there was some change over yesterday. I dropped and Ali Reza started to play really well, but I'm not too surprised with Ali Reza. I mean, with his result, because he's really, really strong in this format.
Yeah, and I just want to follow up on what we were talking about earlier, because now going into the knockout stage, completely different animal from the round robin, right? And yes, top 4 get their pick of who they're playing against, but it also comes, it's sort of like a double-edged sword, because you have to sort of prove your pick as well. Is that added pressure? How at a top player's mind do you enjoy that? The luxury of being able to pick your opponent and having to deal with that pressure?
Yeah, there's a bit of psychology to it, because you don't want to make the wrong pick. Like if fate is not in your hands, then you just accept who you get. But then if you might have those thoughts like, did I pick the wrong guy? But there is actually no right person to pick. I think that's the main thing.
I was going to say, it's a position I don't envy, having to choose an opponent. But at the end of the day, it is what the players voted on.
Yeah, I think it's a good system. I'm glad that we chose that.
Lovely. Well, as you mentioned, that draw is going to be happening tonight, so we'll have the pleasure of being able to view that all happen live. Fabiano, I just want to thank you for your kindness in joining us 2 days in a row following very long days over the board. And once again, congratulate you on a fantastic group stage finish and wish you the best of luck tomorrow. But with that, I'll let you go. Enjoy the rest of your evening and take advantage of all the accommodations here at WEISSENHAUS.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck, Fabi, for tomorrow.
All right, and as we say goodbye to Fabiano, it's our turn to turn our attention back to that question we asked you at home in chat just a bit ago. Who was your player of the day? The results are in, and it is one Hikaru Nakamura who comes away with the chat's vote for player of the day.
Wow, so 2 wins with white, 1 with black, and 5 draws has been... that adds up to
8.
I'm just wondering where that one game went
and
to.
jury's still out on one of them, I guess.
He was in danger zone when he started this day 2, right, James?
Yes.
In the round robin, and now he finds himself finishing 5th, safely, securely qualifying just below Magnus Carlsen in the final standings. I have to say, though, I wonder if that's a bit of a bias. I mean, Hikaru Nakamura, the #1 streamer of the world, chat's favorite. Wonder if that played into it a little bit.
It could be a bias, but I do think that your point about the precariousness of his position is relevant, right? And so while, another name that jumps to my mind is Ali Reza, obviously, kind of coming out of nowhere. Obviously, we put a lot of our focus on the players who were fighting for those final couple spots in the quarterfinals. Bam, at the end of the day, it's in fact not one of the 2 guys who entered in the lead that will come out in the top spot. So another name to consider, but I think Hikaru showed up in a big way to Chad's credit there to put himself in solid 5th position. Of course, just outside of that top 4 means he is within that pool of selected players. But now that we know our top 8, and you've had a moment, we've had a moment to kind of digest it, how are you feeling about the quarterfinals?
I'm feeling very excited, and I actually want to dive in just a little bit with you on this, James. Let's have our standings up one more time.
All right,
because
production.
We're setting ourselves up for a fantastic knockout.
They said nope.
They said no.
All right.
Wow.
Then we'll just have to picture. Oh, thank you so much.
We are saved by production here. And I just want to make one quick point. The player who finishes first takes a pick, right? Firouzja will pick someone.
Yes.
Sindarov, and it has to be between Hikaru, Vincent, Nodderberg, Gukesh. These are the bottom 4 players. They have to choose their opponent. Firouzja picks a player. Sindarov picks a second player. Fabi will be left with 2 players. He'll pick 1 player. Magnus Carlsen will not have a choice to make.
True.
He will have to go with what's left with. And you know who's going to be left in that mix? It's going to be Hikaru Nakamura. Because nobody's picking player of the day. And if I had to take a bet, I think our quarterfinal matchup will be Magnus versus Hikaru.
The scriptwriters are doing good on this season of Freestyle Chess 2025. I mean, that's like a fairy tale opening again to the quarterfinals. And like we said, and I had been mentioned before on broadcast, the players will have that opportunity to draw their opponents tonight following dinner, but before dessert. And all of us will be able to play audience to it. And then, of course, that will be revealed to you tomorrow as we dive into the quarterfinals. Speaking of which, it's just about that time for us to shut the lights down in this studio, rest and retool for tomorrow and some more exciting over-the-board action. So we want to thank you all for joining us here at the WEISSENHAUS Resort to conclude the group stage here of our Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour 2025. And we welcome you back tomorrow, same time, same place. Don't miss it. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe. Be good to each other. Good night.